Well, hello and welcome to Coffee Talk, where I'm late every week. So, what is the stream like, you guys? Because seriously, it starts out stream health is excellent. Now, all of a sudden, it says poor. Use keyframe of 4 seconds or less. Okay, well, my keyframes are set to 2. Current frequency is 7.2 seconds. Well, I told OBS to send it two frames. So I don't understand. And then now it says it's poor. I don't know. Look, I'm gonna show you guys. Poor. Why? Why is it poor? My upload rate is extremely good. There's no reason why. So anyway, if YouTube craps out, I may try a different setting and restart. I have 3 times to send out an alert, so we'll see if in those 3 times I can find one that works. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. I'm like looking at all this stuff online. I do help tickets. And it just... it never works. It's a conspiracy. Conspiracy. Maybe YouTube is poor? Yeah. Independent Australia. Let's see. Poll to poll with Donald Trump, an Australian guide to the new flat earth. No. All these places want you to subscribe. Why would I subscribe to every single online news place? Like... the internet's dead. You guys realize that, yeah? Like, it really is. It's dead. Like this thing. Support independent Australia, or we're gonna go out of business. We're dead. GoFundMe. As Donald Trump redraws the world from ice cap to ice cap, Australia risks discovering that being strategically central in someone else's map means being politically expendable on your own. By the time Americans finished arguing about walls, tariffs, and indictments, President Donald Trump apparently looked at a globe and decided it was inefficient. Why stop at borders when you can collect axes? Axes? Thus emerges the latest cartographic innovation of Trump 2.0, a world reordered not left to right but top to bottom, from the Arctic to the Antarctic, like a kebab skewer of influence, rotating slowly over a charcoal grill of international law. For Australians, this should feel familiar. We live on the underside of a planet, perpetually upside down in American political metaphors, and usually remembered only when Washington needs a loyal friend with submarines, sand, and a constitution that doesn't get in the way. Now, however, we find ourselves staring at a grand new vision, pole to pole, a vertical empire stretching from polar ice cap to polar ice cap, with the rest of the world reduced to inconvenient continents floating off to the side. Trump has finally found a map he likes. Is this satire? Horizontal geopolitics, alliances, multilateralism, diplomacy are messy. Vertical geopolitics is clean. You pick the top, you pick the bottom, you draw a straight line through whatever happens to be in between and call it destiny. What? What is this? My stream still says poor. How are we doing? Still says poor. I'm gonna put the status. Go over here. Look at this. Okay, so you guys know. I'm gonna have to bring it forward once in a while. Trump's map has billions and billions of cities. I didn't even say hi to you guys yet. Hey, Gregory Agogo, I see that you were first in chat. And then Artez. Stroop waffles. Oh my gosh, I want some of those right now. I don't have any. 17F last night. Coldest January night since I can remember. Oof. It was, I forget. I don't know what it was here last night, but I think it was in the 20s. 31 here. It's cold. 30 inches of snow here. So many people work from home today. You ever seen the movie Michael Larchange with John Travolta? Phenomenon. Rico's tinfoil sombrero. Oh, by the way, there's Tony Coriolis. I think you should start looking for tickets. What do you think about what the medium told me, Aisling? What did the medium tell you, Liz? I was looking the other day, one was 6.5 hour layover in Atlanta. How stupid is that? At least I wouldn't miss my flight again. Billingtano, what's up? Commercial sound and videos here. Hey, it's a little early for you, isn't it, sir? Or no? Are you always up this early? Must be superb by now. Well, we'll see. You kept being talked over. Oh, Liz, are you talking about some tinfoil? Get this party started. I know. We'll see. Well, the stream says poor, but it's going, so let's see. We'll see how that goes. Hello, Accidental Alchemist, Southern Belle. Voy. Your dark passenger, take the wheel. What? I had a reading by a medium, and apparently I will be visiting America twice this year, and it's permanently in my future. I will be extremely happy and fulfilling my purpose. That's so funny, Liz. Watch out for ice. Hey, Valley Parks. Boston Ray Mud Flood Adventure. Modern Men lost again. It's Voy, yes. Peeks out from underneath a lily pad. I am Lone Frog. Made out it's forever, she said about a legal document and moving. What, Liz? Really? Pour the coffee, it's ready. Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys. Earth is flat. Let's go beyond the southern 90th latitude. Let's go. Oof. Good luck with that. I'm all for people who are willing to go try to do that, but you won't catch me trying to do that crap. I'm just telling you right now. The interwebs appear to be on life support. Yeah. Next chunk of metal. Metal! Are we all mad at each other yet? Generally can't discern what is legit and what is AI, algorithmically driven for views and thumbs up approval. Dude, AI has ruined everything. And let me just tell you right now that you brought that up. Genre user or genre. I was talking to my children the other day. My teenagers. One is 13, about to be 14, and the other one has just turned 16. They both hate AI, and they both say that it ruins everything. They hate it. They hate AI. They're like, nothing's cool. Nothing is cool because all of it's fake. And it's just not cool if it's fake, right? Like, even as far as like art or any sort of like creation goes, you know, people still want to be like, but I can make stuff. Why should AI be making all the art, which is actually just ripping off artists, right? And then morphing it into something else, right? It's just ripping people off. Ripping off humans. So they both hate it. I was like, okay, that kind of gives me hope, you know, that, you know, not everybody's just gonna turn into a freaking mindless AI user goofball, right? So anyway, I just thought I would share that with you since you brought that up. But man, it's crazy. Everything on the internet sucks. The truth sucks. The things that are real suck, you know, like this stuff with everything that the president's doing is just a disaster. Let's see what stuff shows up on X. Oh, we also have the news. ISS astronaut medical evacuation. I think, didn't I talk about that last Monday? Did not we bring that up? Didn't we see that? Referee and student among hundreds killed in Iran protests. Fight against corruption in China. 5 decapitated heads displayed on Ecuador beach? Dude, what is going on around here? What is this about? Bathers found 5 decapitated heads displayed on a beach in Ecuador in what appears to be a warning to gang members who have been threatening local fishermen. The gruesome discovery was made on Sunday on the beachfront in Puerto Lopez, a town which has been racked by gang violence. Next to the body parts, locals found a sign threatening those stealing from and extorting fishermen with the same fate. What? Okay, so this is sort of like a good thing then. They took their town back. Ports and towns by the Pacific Ocean are among those worst hit by gangs which smuggle cocaine from Ecuador to the US and Europe. Police have identified the remains as those of 5 men who have been reported missing days earlier. They ranged between 20 and 34 years in age. Officials told local media one of them had a criminal record for gun possession. Their bodies have not yet been located. Well, their bodies probably aren't going to be located. They probably took them out and dumped them in the deep sea. Dude, we're talking about fishermen here. You know what I'm saying? You're going to extort the fishermen? They're going to, like, cut your head off and dump your body in the ocean. Holy crap. Holy crap. According to figures released by the Interior Ministry, 2025 was the most violent on record for Ecuador, with homicide rates reaching an all-time high at 9,176 murders. Ecuador, which is located between Colombia and Peru, the world's two largest producers of cocaine, has become a key transit country for illegal drugs. Well, so legalize the drugs, and then nobody will care anymore. Local gangs have forged alliances with the powerful Mexican and Colombian drug cartels, counter-narcotics experts say. And I don't mean legalize, I mean like just decriminalize. Like, don't make laws where they regulate it. Don't become the drug dealer. Just... like, it's dumb. Local gangs have forged alliances with powerful Mexican and Colombian drug cartels, narcotics experts say. Well, you know, concrete shoes, right? Sleeping with the fishes, exactly. Exactly. Space ambulance was dispatched to the space station, yeah. AI was supposed to do the things we don't want to do. Why you stop working for Mark Sargent? I never worked for Mark Sargent. We're just friends, Mark Sargent and I. And he asked me to co-host his show with him and I did for a while. And now I don't. That's all. I still love Mark Sargent. He's all right. Although, yeah. So anyway, AI only knows lines because we draw lines, or because somebody told it. YouTube doctor saved my life. Oh, dude. Speaking of YouTube doctors, and you know, if anybody watched Bitches Brew, you can talk to or what's her name, Beth, was talking about her experience with these supplements and like the alternative health, quote unquote, movement, so to speak, and she got very ill. Anyway, a lot of these things that are out are starting to be recalled because they have stuff in them that is unclaimed, like unclaimed substances in them. Like in other words, they have things inside of them that they don't declare on the label, right? Everything's supposed to be declared on the label. You know, it doesn't even necessarily have to be FDA approved, but it has to be declared on the label, and what it says is in it has to be in it. So anyway, Food and Drug Administration has announced several recalls of dietary supplements after its analysis and routine inspections uncovered the presence of undeclared pharmaceuticals, including prescription-strength drugs and potentially dangerous chemicals, as well as undeclared allergens posing potentially life-threatening effects. So, Modern Warrior is one of them. Herbs Forever. So there's a few different brands that got recalled. Hey, Space Miner. Sebastian of Quartz. I'm a hero to the flat earth mob by mistake. Low vitamin A knowledge from the internet has supercharged my health and my hair regrowing so much like a hedge. Yeah, Beth is on that low vitamin A thing too. I tend to not really, can't even see this color. I tend to not really worry about, or like let myself get wrapped up in things that are like fads, you know. Anyway, Silintin capsules by Anthony Trin, 123 Herbals LLC. Prescription-only non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Melexocam is a prescription-only drug, and they put it in a supplement. Gastrocare Hinguastica extract sold by Herbs Forever. Potentially undeclared wheat posing life-threatening allergy to risks to individuals with wheat allergies. Undeclared allergen was discovered during a routine FDA inspection at the manufacturer in India. No illnesses were reported at the time of the recall. Affected products were distributed by mail order across the U.S. Modern Warrior Ready capsules sold by Modern Warrior. Modern Warrior voluntarily recalled all of its Modern Warrior Ready supplement designed to boost metabolism and reduce cravings after regulatory testing revealed undeclared tianeptine 1,4-D-MAA and aniracetam. The supplement was sold in black plastic bottles containing 60 capsules with black screw top lids. Tianeptine is not approved for supplement use in the U.S. and can cause life-threatening neurological and psychiatric effects. And 1,4-D-MAA can raise blood pressure and lead to cardiovascular issues such as heart attacks and shortness of breath. The recalled products were distributed online nationwide between April 2022 and December 8th of 2025. Modern Warrior has immediately stopped distribution, quarantined all remaining inventory to prevent further distribution, and advised customers to stop using the product. So that's crazy, right? So you gotta watch it with these supplements, man. I don't know any of those things, but you never know. You know, what is an example of vitamin A rich food? Yes. Tommy, my yard is full of dandelions still growing and blooming now. We all need to be making our own supplements 100%, as I do as much as possible research what I buy thoroughly. Seriously, it really just goes to show you really have to research your whatever supplement it is that you think you're going to take. My YouTube doctors are just Dr. Backwards and Dr. Vales. That's funny, boy. Blue Ridge 3%er. What up? Love Bunny, hey. Feeding on the plankton. Who is this? I'm a hero to the flat earth mob by mistake. Who is this guy? What happens when a writer gets it wrong? A starlet bears all, and a dog polishes off Christmas cake. As every writer knows, you will never predict the mistake that gets you in trouble. You think you have checked every fact, listened back to every quote, then the article is published and you learn you swapped the interviewees or converted Celsius to Fahrenheit wrong, or to cite one bracing event early in my career, that you accidentally called for the secession of Republika Srpska and being ferociously quoted by the Bosnian parliament. Mind you, nearly restarting the Balkans War was nothing compared to the time I called a locomotive a train. Times readers don't let you do that twice. My latest furor, though, is the most unexpected of all. I wrote a book, The Battle of the Beams, about Second World War radar. Oh! One chapter was about a German navigation device uncovered by British intelligence offers. It was ingenious. Nazi bombers, they claimed, followed a radio beam that guided them to the target. Then the other beam crossed. They dropped their bombs. X marks the spot. There was debate among Churchill's scientific advisors about whether the first precision bombing device was feasible. Skeptics argued the curvature of the Earth would block it. The other side argued the beam would bend enough for it to work. Anyway, the beam was real. So, were the beam benders right? Yes, but despite all my fact-checking, I hadn't considered that there could be an alternative explanation that needed rebutting. Not that the beam bent, but that the Earth didn't. Which is why I have found myself in the odd position as a science writer of being cited approvingly in the flat Earth community. There is even a suggestion the war itself was about suppressing Hitler's knowledge of the true non-spherical state of the Earth. I doubt that. Or as one commenter put it, Battle of the Beams, British blank wrong Hitler Reich. What should I do? But I've tried to rebut it. I was even invited to appear on a Flat Earth podcast, but it was at 3 a.m. UK time. I had to explain it was night here. I added to the curvature of the Earth. Alright, well this guy's, you're kind of a dick, buddy, for that. Let's just say. Dick. Just goes to show you haven't researched it. You haven't researched it. Stream still going okay? Still says poor. Hello, Jeff Peterson. High in vitamin A and copper. People never used to eat so much. FLR? What's FLR? Okay. Worldwide weirdos. Oh, this guy's he's a dick. The flat earthers corroborate my foot fetishism theory of the internet. When I was young and the internet was younger, I interviewed Gail Porter, the lad's mag star who had just been projected naked onto the Houses of Parliament before I had went on the information superhighway, as we were briefly calling it, to research her. The top hit was a foot fetish site, an entire website dedicated to her toes. I told Porter about it. She asked with curiosity rather than malice, "Aren't they embarrassed?" 25 years ago, hers was a reasonable question. Today it feels sweetly naive. Once, people with niche minority interests thought they were alone because they were. They met no one like them, but there is no group that cannot find its community online. You know, this is true. But, bro, we're not worshiping people's feet. This isn't like a sexual perversion, bro. Come on. Come on. Dairy and other food high in vitamin A compared with more, especially vegan and other what I would call fad diets, yes. Scientific approach to classical agricultural pre-Rockefeller medicine. What about, anyone else watch Jeranism's video from last night? Come on, bro. Come on. Who the fuck is watching that shit? That's what I want to know. Who's watching that shit? Come on. I forget about Jaren until somebody brings him up. I'm like, ugh. Whatever, dude. Who is watching that shit? Not me. clearly not me. I did not. I know you shared a link in my chat that you guys were going to be on it, but I just Ted and I were just, I don't know. We just were hanging out. We ate dinner. We had some drinks. It was just me and Ted, and like, not that that means anything, because like, even if the children are there, it's like, I'm just horrible about watching stuff like that or remembering to. I would have had to set like a thing on my calendar. Like, even to go on these streams, if somebody invites me, I have to set a thing on my calendar and I gotta get all ready. Well, that's because I'm gonna be on it, but still. I am lame. I'll watch a replay though. I'll check out the replay. I like, anyway. So, Ted got this GoPro because Cammy, it's actually Cammy's GoPro from when they were doing the weather balloon stuff. And they had like a whole setup to do another weather balloon. How far back do y'all think the manipulation of food supply goes? I feel like it goes back to wheat manipulation. Yeah. Well, and like I said, and soil depletion, all the crap that they put into the onto the food, all the manipulation. Yeah, man, it sucks. What are you gonna do though, What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? It's like, I put the name of this stream, like what the actual F is going on in this realm, because seriously, what is going on around here? I mean, it's insanity. Why is ICE killing people in the street? Like, literally, they're just killing people in the street, and then all the politicians are, like, on TV lying about what is going on. It's insanity. And then the president, he's insane. Just, like... There's all these videos of him acting like a weirdo. He's doing insane things. He's bombing people. He's kidnapping people. He's kidnapping the president of countries. Like, basically an act of war without declaring war. Right? I mean, what in the actual F is going on around here? Can somebody stop this? How do you stop this crazy train? How do you stop the crazy train? That's what I want to know. Where does yeast for our daily bread come from, and who decided which strain of yeast was the one for mass production and distribution? Well, Stevie Hyatt, if you look at how sourdough was made, or how sourdough is made, like the starter, well, I don't know if that's the same. I guess, is it the same thing? Is yeast the same as when you start a sourdough? Because they're both alive. It's like basically what it is. The sourdough starter is what makes the bread rise. I've been sick for 1 month. Why, Angela? I've not been sick. Well, I was sick for a little while a few weeks ago, but I'm okay now. But before that, I had not been sick for quite some time. Oh, look, now my stream says excellent. Let's see. Excellent. All right. So anyway, what else does this guy say about foot? This is what I think whenever I see things in social media that a generation ago I could have gone through life without reading. You know, the sort denying the Holocaust, supporting fearless Nazi flat earthism. Oh my god! What the fuck, dude? You see what I'm saying? Flat earth Nazism. Thank you, Eric Dubé. Man. This is what we get. Why are they not embarrassed? Because they have a community. They think that because there are hundreds of them, they are numerous, but all they have discovered is that the internet is big. They are cranks just like they always were, even if Gail Porter does have lovely toes. Oh my god! Fuck this guy. Look at this fucking wanker. Look at him, what a douche. What a douche. Fuckhead. I don't even want to look at that guy's stupid, stinky face anymore. Foods low in vitamin A include most grains, legumes, and certain fruits like apples and bananas. Generally, processed foods and those lacking in colorful vegetables and animal products are also low in vitamin A. Vitamin A detox diet. Let's see. This article is an introduction to the vitamin A detox diet or low vitamin A diet. What is it and why does it show promise in improving liver health, leaky gut, autoimmune issues, mental health, hormone balancing, eye, lung, bladder, kidney, blood sugar, skin conditions, and more? You'll be able to consider and try the diet more easily with the food list provided below. These free lists and printable grocery lists designate which foods to avoid and which foods to eat more freely. While doing a vitamin A elimination diet to reduce toxicity it may be helpful to remember to eat with a calm, peaceful state of mind and sense of freedom and enjoyment. We don't benefit from added stress. I'm curious what this will say. Just take vitamin D's. Thank you, Tommy, for those words of wisdom. Lack of available iodine is the main cause of hypothyroidism. The trick is to take it with selenium or else your body can't process it. I know sourdough doesn't have yeast added, but something grows. Something grows to make the bubbly. It's a bacteria. And I think yeast is also a bacteria. Is it not? I know it's just flour and water, Angela, but the whole thing is that you leave it sitting out and it starts to come alive. You get that, right? Wasn't Beth saying copper was part of her health issue? Yes, Tony. When my wife makes bread from wild yeast in the air, once it was so good, then another time it was different strain that was very subpar. Ferment, yes. Exactly. So you don't add yeast, but it's like making a sort of yeast process. It's a yeast type of process that is happening instead of like, so like when you bake bread, you do the active dry yeast or instant dry yeast, right? But you have to put it in warm water or milk, whatever you're using. But typically it's warm water that is about 110 degrees. And I do measure the temperature when I do this, when I make yeast breads. And then you have to feed the yeast with sugar. Right? To make it get fizzy, bubbly, and come alive again. You're like boosting it. You're reanimating it. But sourdough, it's there and it's always going. That's why you have a starter. You always have to feed your starter. Right? But it's like a different type of bacteria. Like it's processing the flour into that sugar. I ferment my raw milk weekly and I can taste hops when the cows have been grazing on it. Smells and tastes like beer. Really? Milk that tastes like beer? That's hilarious. Famous porn star yeast? Ew! Vomitus. Vomitus. I want to vomitus. South Carolina has one of the naturally highest iodine levels in soil in America. My Google research says baker's yeast comes from oak trees. Yeast is a single strain of Saccharomyces cerevisiae that is produced commercially. You can use honey. You don't have to use sugar, but something to feed it. You can use honey. I made this bread I've been making. You use honey instead of sugar to bring the yeast to life. It's delicious. So anyway, lactobacillus. People make yeast from different air. It only gets that way after you make it into yogurt. Beer flavored yogurt. Well, thank you, Angela. So let's see, vitamin A detox diet. While doing a vitamin A elimination diet to reduce toxicity, it may be helpful to remember to eat with... Oh, okay, I already read that part. Vitamin A detox diet. Grocery list. Veggies, artichokes, asparagus, bamboo shoots, beans, white are best. Butter lettuce, carrots, white cassava root, celery root, cucumber, dill, ginger root, green beans, hearts of palm, iceberg lettuce, parsnips, potatoes, rosemary, water chestnuts, zucchinis, peeled, proteins, beef, buffalo, chicken, wild game, lamb, rabbit, turkey. And no fish? But I like fish. Actually, Ted and I had fish for dinner the other night. We had swordfish and tuna fish, and I have to say I liked the swordfish more. Uh-oh, now it says it's poor again. We're poor again. YouTube says we're poor again. Okay, fruits. Apples, white flesh. What apples are not white fleshed? Is there apples that aren't white fleshed? Wild game. Swordfish is delicious. I usually like tuna, but this tuna was super salty. I think it was not as fresh. Okay, it says excellent again. Did you see it change? Swine free, of course, made with butter instead of grease. Very nice. Question the answers. What's her recipe? She just, instead of using animal fat, she just uses the butter to make the gravy. So butter, flour, and... But how does she season it? How does she flavor it? Because a lot of that flavor comes from that meat. So I'm just wondering. You know what might work is like beef tallow. Using beef tallow. And then like whatever seasonings go into sausage. And then biscuits. I love biscuits. I love buttermilk biscuits. Is buttermilk biscuits low vitamin A? All berries in moderation. White peaches. Lemons and limes. Grains, amaranth, barley, brown rice, masa, white oats, popcorn, white flour if used in real sourdough bread, spelt if tolerated. Okay. So it wants you to eat that fermented sourdough. Which is cool, like sourdough. It's one of my favorites. I need to start making sourdough again. My starter died in Hurricane Helene, and I need to bring it back. I love butter too much. My cholesterol levels are high. Yeah, but that cholesterol, who cares? They tell you that cholesterol gives you heart issues and shit, and then they put people on these these medications to lower cholesterol and blah, blah, blah. And guess what? People still have heart problems, and it gets even worse every year. Like, it never gets cured. So clearly, whatever they're doing is not, or saying, is either not right or not working. We'll just say that. Ooh, fenugreek. I like fenugreek. Cardamom. Apple cider vinegar, avocado oil. I use avocado oil all the time. Olive oil, maple syrup. I mean, a lot of this stuff I just use and eat. I don't really always make sourdough bread though, but I do make my own bread. I at least use... Like, I make my own bread. If you read the ingredients of bread, there's a whole, like, paragraph of stuff. You really only need a few ingredients. You just need, like, flour, water, usually, like, a butter or an oil, some type of thing, like I said, to feed the yeast if you're not doing sourdough, right? So it'd be, like, either sugar or honey. And that's it. That's it. I mean, you can put other herbs and seasonings and stuff in there depending on what kind of bread you're going to make. Like, you can put garlic. Like, if you can, I used to make these, I used to do it pretty often. I haven't done it for a while. But I used to make these little, like, garlic herb loaves, and bake them off in the oven. You could put fresh garlic and just, like, Italian herbs or whatever in there. Some rosemary. Boom, that's it. A little butter. Like, it's so delicious. I'm sorry if that's not low vitamin A. I don't care. I love it. But I do want to start doing sourdough again. So this is what you should get, right? This is not what you don't get. All this stuff is okay. Not really. What follows is a lengthy explanation of the vitamin A toxicity theory, which I intended to be brief by way of introduction to the vitamin A food list. Naturally absorbed by fats. This includes both dietary fats and the body's storage fats. For us, most of the storage of vitamin A is in the fats within the liver, and to a lesser extent in the fats of the adipose tissues in the skin, etc. As the liver becomes more and more saturated, more vitamin A will remain in the serum longer and slowly seep into and accumulate within the lipids of the adipose tissues. Even with that, the vitamin A stored within these fats is not yet toxic, so vitamin A in reasonable amounts, given adequate amounts of dietary fats and proteins, is by itself not too terrible. However, there is a tipping point to where vitamin A can and does easily convert into an extremely nasty and highly toxic molecule, and the thought to be an active form of the vitamin. This converted vitamin A molecule is called retinoic acid. Oh. Retinoic acid for chemotherapy. This is what they give people for their skin. You put that on your skin to like peel pieces of your layers of your skin off, and it's supposed to improve your skin. Like, there's a lot of creams, like face creams, that come with vitamin A. There's a growing body of evidence showing that vitamin A doses exceeding the nutritional requirements may lead to negative consequences, including bioenergetic state of dysfunction, redox impairment, altered cellular signaling, and cell death or proliferation, depending on the cell type. Neurotoxicity has long been demonstrated as a possible side effect of inadvertent consumption, or even under medical recommendation, of vitamin A and retinoids of moderate to high doses. Okay. So what is the stuff that's high in vitamin A? Some foods not to eat: liver, peppers, sweet potatoes, salmon, garlic, tomatoes, onions, parsley, kale. Garlic? Man, what's up with that? I don't know if I can get down with that. Peppers, sweet potatoes. I like sweet potatoes. I also like salmon. Like they put fluoride in toothpaste. The beautiful woman who runs that has appeared on Dr. Garrett's show. I think she writes recipe books. What? White beans? Avocados? I love avocados. I'm just going to have to die of vitamin A overdose. Says Southern Belle. I don't eat kale. Hey, NDB. Let's see. What foods are high in vitamin A? Beef liver, lamb liver, liver sausage, cod liver oil, king mackerel, salmon. King mackerel, holy crap, this one has a lot. Cod liver oil, holy smokes. Bluefin tuna. Wow. Cooked, it says. So what about raw? So is it different if it's raw? Goose live pate, canned. Goat cheese. Goat cheese? Goat cheese is so good though. Butter. Yeah, not giving up butter. Cheddar cheese. I mean, at least these are under 100. Eggs. Yeah, love eggs. Oh, I had trout the other day. It was good. Well, it's less than salmon, I guess, right? Trout has 100. Salmon's got... Nope, 69. The tuna, the bluefin tuna had the high... Oh, goodness. So salmon's not that bad. It's only 70 compared to the tuna, which is 757. It's a lot. I don't eat clams or oysters. So milk, cheese, sweet potato, butternut squash. Ooh, butternut squash is so good though. Butternut squash, creamy butternut squash, roasted butternut squash soup. Get out of here. I don't have it that often though, but it's so good. Carrots cooked, sweet red pepper. I like mango. Ooh, I love mango. Ew, cantaloupe's gross. I never eat it. Don't eat grapefruit. Watermelon. Yeah. This is talking about how to increase your vitamin A. I would just say that I'm not going to worry about this. Probably, most likely, not going to worry about it. I really don't even eat very much liver anyway. I don't take cod liver oil. I don't eat mackerel. Mostly just beef and chicken. I love butter. Yeah, I'm not giving up my butter or my cheese or eggs. Yeah, it's not happening. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So where's that other one? This tells you what you can eat. So it's if it's not on the list, can't have it. Beef, buffalo, chicken, wild game, lamb, rabbit, turkey. Minus the liver. Minus the liver. No fish. It's kind of lame. Potatoes, russet potatoes. So basically not sweet potatoes, but plain potatoes are okay. What about like Yukon Gold potatoes or red potatoes? Why russet? Only russet, like carrots white. So you have to find yourself some white carrots. Because in the other thing, it's saying carrots are high, right? 20 foods that are high. Didn't it say carrots? Yeah, carrots cooked. And it's up there too. Whatever. Butter is freaking essential. Exactly, dude. Another fad. Ted. I don't like eggs, but it's the best protein. I love eggs. Oh my gosh, I love eggs. My chickens haven't been laying eggs and it's bumming me out. Liver, Germanic word for life. Name that because they used to think the liver was the seat of the soul. The more you know. How does cooking it add vitamin A? I don't know. That's what I'm wondering, like, because this would be another thing where temperature is playing an important role in what happens in, like, the process of things. It's a coefficient that a lot of people don't really take into account, but that is what it is. What it is, y'all. What it is. By the way, it's 11:10. It's about to be 11:11. Stream Health says poor. How are we doing out there? Us two have to buy eggs every week right now. Dude, it sucks. 11:11. It's 11:11. Now it's 11:11. Stavely likes to eat things worse than eggs. Stavely does not eat eggs or onions or, like, I don't know. There's like a whole list of things he refuses to eat. Eat local foods. They are often more in sync with your body. Yeah. I tried it, but keeping eggs and dairy, my hair was still falling out. To my surprise, that reversed when I stopped dairy. Oh, okay. Well, I guess if my hair isn't falling out, I think I'll be okay. I just won't, I'll just pay attention to that. By the way, yes, I did open the phone lines. The 704-666-777-1776 number is working, or it should be on. Somebody tried to call, like, Wednesday at 7 p.m. Yeah, this phone is not open at that time. But it's open now. My chickens have always been layers during the winter until this year. Really? He eats ass, though. Tommy, that's funny, you butthole.
It's open now.
Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hi, Karen. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I'm so excited to talk to you because you're talking about health, and I have a little testimonial people will find interesting. May I?
Yes, please. Let's hear it.
Okay, here it is. I have got severe neuropathy, and I've been looking for this or that, and it's just been really, really difficult. So I began using this therapy about, 3 weeks ago now. And I'll say what the therapy is here in a moment, but it's very ancient. The Chinese people have done it forever and a day. There's lots of information on the internet about it, YouTube and such. And here I go. Okay. You probably used this product already, dear Karen B., but do not realize. Do you know what urea is?
Urea? Isn't that from urine? Something they make from urine?
Very good. And it's in 95% of all skincare products have some urea. In fact, everything else is just an addition. So when somebody's using a skin moisturizer, they're putting urine on their face.
Whose urine is it?
Very good question. Usually pig or cow urine.
Ew.
Yeah, doesn't that sound you? Now, the therapy is urine therapy. And the therapy is that you drink your own urine.
Oh, yeah. I've definitely heard about that.
Well, here's the testimonial and why I called in.
Mm-hmm.
I started doing it, and it was course, icky yicky, can you imagine? And after a while, it's not so bad, but I've done it consistently now for 3 weeks. Yesterday I was walking. I couldn't even walk. Yesterday I was walking. I've got neuropathy. It's called throughout your whole body, not just in the limbs like the hands and feet. People have stinging. I have full body neuropathy, so it affects my mouth, my groin area particularly, my heart. I mean, my chest will sometimes have issues and this and that. So much of it is basically going away. So here you go. If you want some therapy and such, look up some YouTube on urine therapy.
And what about your diet? Do you do anything special with your diet, or do you just eat whatever you like to eat?
Okay. Well, what happened with my neuropathy is my mouth got affected. Can you imagine having, in your mouth what people have when they say, "Oh, I've got deadened feet from neuropathy," and I've got that in my mouth. So stuff doesn't feel right in my mouth. So I do eggs and oatmeal. That's about it.
Okay.
But even with this therapy now, that's gotten better. Last night I had some soup that I could enjoy. It was a pea soup that was very delicious. But before that might have been any kind of meat in my mouth. And it's interesting about your mouth. All the natural foods, when my mouth is in this state of disrepair, all the natural foods like peaches, pears, fruits, and like salmon you just mentioned, most of that I really can eat and doesn't. But anything that's processed in the least, my mouth is so sensitive. So I'm like just in a sense, I'm just like I could eat anything and tell you, don't eat that. Don't ever, you shouldn't eat it if I can't. You know what I'm saying? Because I got that kind of a sensitivity. And when I put processed stuff in my mouth, it is just so repulsive. So just natural, plus the nonsense surrounded by all these articles that come out against, like, I've seen articles against milk and honey and dairy and eggs, which we've always eaten. I've seen articles against meat, all this stuff of our natural diet from our antiquity, let's say. And then there's these articles coming out, that's bad food, that's bad food. That stuff is ridiculous. And you guys, everybody who cares about this, listen to Dr. Tom Cowan. I mean, I'm dead serious. Please, Tom Cowan. Write the name down, Google him, and he'll tell you that, first of all, there are no viruses, he'll say, and you guys might believe in viruses, some of you. But he goes on to explain even stuff like your heart is not a pump.
Right.
Are you familiar with stuff like that?
Oh, yeah. I knew about that before I knew about Tom Cowan.
Okay, great,
Mm-hmm.
great. So you'll appreciate this stuff. Good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there's one other thing I wanted to say about Jaron. Screw Jaron. Forget Jaron. I don't know what in the world anybody ever bring him up for. What the heck? I mean, who cares about Jaron? And when anybody's asking questions, by the way, about like when did all this stuff start, the corruption, they really need, and I don't want to try to bring up this as a subject, but, and your phone number is just, I stare right at it. So 1776, Satan's little season, the little season of deception, eschatology-wise, if you look into it, this can all be traced into this era of what's going on. And the building stuff, of course, it's freaking me out, but now I've watched enough to it. It's just true. There's layers of civilization, and we're being freaking lied to so bad about history, you can't even begin to scratch the surface of the shit we don't know. But we're uncovering it, and those effers are going to be found out, and they're going to be exposed for the lies. My son lives in Chicago. The Chicago Field Museum, oh my God, they say it was built, to start the World's Fair and stuff. I mean, this stuff is so freaking ridiculous once you read their stories and match it up. So flat Earth truth should lead people into other truths. Otherwise, what's the point? I mean, the people that say, what does it matter, would have a legitimate, it don't matter if you don't keep going with the other truth. So keep on going, brothers, sisters. There's not just flat. There's all kinds, which you guys know. Great program. That's and I can go on and on. So you got to kind of slow me down. But anyway, that's my little word on all the deception. I think you really can trace back to 1776 when they started up the New World Order, which was their commitment. They were going to do exactly what's near to be fully accomplished. Not yet fully accomplished, but it's almost done, I think. And so we're ready for what? For a great conflict in the North. There's going to be a great conflict in the North.
Mm.
And that's cryptic, as you might guess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like.
And I don't need to be. Go ahead. You were going to ask something or say something.
Well, I was just going to say, it just sounds like you're talking about the whole thing where there's like the great showdown in the North, like I forget what it's called.
Well, like Revelation 20, when the nations of the world, having been deceived, and whatever deception that is, they gather against some enemy in the North. And I think that is the conflict with God himself, the final showdown. So, and that's coming next. And I am one of those that believe the millennial reign of Christ already happened. It was approximately AD 76 or so to 1,000 years later. And then they've added times in how they presented history, but that's the chronology is really effed up. And I know that's wild because it's another paradigm. And if you accept it's really not 2026 in the way that they're representing it, that's a big freaking paradigm. I'll screw your brain up big time. And I understand that, but I've come to deal with it, and others are going to have to, or they're just going to not, they're just going to be stuck on flat Earth, let's say. There's other things to understand what's going on in our realm, and I appreciate that you say it that way, Karen. This is a realm. This is the Earth realm, and there certainly is. Our Earth realm includes the sky and the firmament. So our Earth realm includes the lights in the sky. And then beyond that, there is a heavenly realm. Now, some people don't believe that, and that's fine. And you don't have to be, there's no peril here. The turn and burn kind of a gospel. You better believe this, or you better believe that, or you're going to burn in hell. Karen, I'm the one on that. That's just the most atrocious lie ever told. Ever. There's no lie bigger than the lie that the God who created this whole thing is somehow going to take many of us men and burn us because we didn't get saved, we didn't believe, receive, accept, trust, deny, or rely upon the blood. Whatever verbiage they want to use is the same thing. You must do something or you're toast is a total lie. God's got you. You're good. Doesn't matter what you believe. But in this world, it does matter. So I want you guys to have a fighting spirit for truth, no matter what truth it is. We want these efforts to be exposed. It's true. Expose the wicked. Expose the evil. Do something. Most people sit on their freaking butts and don't do nothing about nothing, and that's why we're in the mess that we're in. So I can go on and on. I love the subjects that you talk about, and so Dr. Tom Cohen, check him out. You'll love it. Hey, anybody use urine therapy? I mean, I'm telling you. And what do? You drink your own urine. Some people drink all their urine. Whatever they tinkle out, they put back in. There's a lot of ways to do it. It's not toxic. It's plasma. Your urine is plasma. And they've said it's all waste. It's not waste. It's not toxic. It's not bad for you. You can put it on your skin. You can bathe in it. You can freaking make your pool. Take a pool, put it in the backyard, get the urine from all around the neighborhood. Get so much urine, you got a pool of urine. Dive in the deep end, swim in it, and it wouldn't hurt you a bit. Probably stink a little, but no, urine is fine and help that. And then the last thing that I mentioned coming in is, I think we're in the crazy time of the little season eschatology, and we're in it. We're in it, and the deceptions are being exposed, which I think is going to trigger a lot of what we're saying, the end of it all, if you will. But there you go.
All right. Cool. Well, thank you for calling.
Well, you're welcome. I love you guys.
Bye. Good Lord. I don't know if I'm down with the urine pool. It should have been on Fear Factor. What's up, Mark Sargent? Go swimming in the kiddie pool. This guy will like the Jenna Jameson yeast rolls too. Oh my gosh. Yo. That was wild. Yeah, Boston Ray. Hey, look, there's a lot of people who do the urine therapy thing. You know, you won't see me doing it. I did use it topically to cure, what do you call it? Oh my goodness. I used it to cure eczema, actually. I had eczema on my right hand really bad, and the only thing that really cured it was urine therapy, but I didn't drink it. It was like a topical thing, and it worked wonders. So, you know, them putting urea in skincare, like, it makes sense to me, because if you have skin issues, you can use your urine to cure those issues, which is funny, but it's true. You live in Satan's little season mentally. You start drinking pee. We gotta. Hey, Tony Coriolis is into urine therapy as well. Urine has been used in combat medicine forever, but I think he may have taken it a smudge too far. Oh, so funny. So funny. Drink waters from thine own cistern. Solomon, Proverbs 5. Jellyfish sting and pee. Can't start thinking about the pool now. Nightmare fuel. Oh my god, dude. Could you imagine, like, every dude, you and all your buddies peeing into a pool and then getting into the pool? That is the most disgusting thing I could... I don't know if it's the most disgusting thing that I could possibly imagine, but at this moment it is the most disgusting thing that's entering my mind. It's pretty awful. It's pretty... Nightmare fuel is a good way to describe that. Anyway. Ooh, doggy. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen, it's Rico. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Rico?
Man, I'm just trying to figure out how to live life again. Going through the big D word, divorce. And it is exciting. 17 years later.
Wow, that's a long time, actually.
Yeah, man. People are like, man, you stuck it out there. No, she stuck it out there. I couldn't imagine being with me for 17 years. What a nightmare. But kind of ending on a high road. We have kids together, so I just kind of don't know what to do with myself. I don't know what to focus on now. Like, life is just changing. It seems pretty positive. I got a bunch of positive people around me, but I don't know what to focus on. I guess I'm kind of calling for some good old Karen B advice. What would you do? I don't want to tour anymore, so I'm not going to drum anymore. I don't know what to do.
Well, you got to focus on yourself and your children. You got to be there for your kids.
Sure. Yeah. Well, yeah, no, that's top of the priority list, obviously. I got a lot of people that are like, hey, you can be roommates with me, but I live in, North Carolina. I'm like, yeah, I got to stay in the Nashville area. So A roommate is like kind of on that truther vibe would be magical as long as they're drug free. But I'm not going to move out of state. You know, with I have a 8-year-old and a 16-year-old, so that's a big deal. And a lot of people in this circle, two of them are in chat. Like they're like, the first thing you got to do is not think about dating for a couple of years. Like find who you are again and all that good stuff.
Yeah, don't.
Which
I
sounds like
agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever lived alone, ever. I've always either lived in a band house, you know, like the whole band has one big house together. That way when you're on tour, rent's not too steep, and or lived with a woman, you know, like, so I'm kind of looking forward to it, but also a little bit nervous about that, you know, that deafening silence of, you know, I don't know.
Well, I mean, how much of your personal business do you want to talk about on stream?
Oh, every bit of it. I love talking about, I love the subject of me.
Well, okay, you started off with saying...
Oh, wait, are you advising not to, is what you're saying, or are you asking
No,
so you can comment on it?
I'm asking because I just want to know how much to say and bring up and how much not to say. That's what I'm asking for.
Oh, yeah, say whatever you want to, babe.
Okay. Well, you...
Now I can call girls babe again. Sorry, Ted.
Well, you started by saying that that your wife, who you're getting divorced from, has been putting up with you. So you may already make it sound like you're the reason why the marriage failed. Are you the reason why the marriage failed, or what is the reason?
I know, I'm playing humble. I got cheated on. I moved out of the bedroom probably 5 years ago. Been living on the couch. We've been co-parents and friends for years, so anyone that actually knows me, and there's a few in chat that do, know that it's been reaching an end anyway. You know, like, it's been bad for a while. And, you know, and I do love her as a friend. I want her to be free. She's 10 years younger than me, so she's still got some good years. I'm creeping up on 50 here in about a year and a half. So, I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
Why did you move out of the bedroom 5 years ago?
Because she cheated on me. And I thought that I had, like, the emotional maturity to get past it, and I just couldn't. Like, it never stopped stinging, you know? And I was trying to get past it because we had kids together, too. I wouldn't have put up with that otherwise, to be honest with you. But, yeah.
So the cheating event was a long time ago. That wasn't recent.
Right, yeah. The cheating was 2017, 2018, around there for 4 months. Yeah, so. And, I don't know. God, I came in with a good attitude. Now, like, my eyes are watering up thinking about it. It's one of those things where I think I'd be heartbroken either way, because 17 years, it's like, you know, Dexter was still on air whenever we started dating. You know, like, that's a long time to readjust, you know? Mm-hmm. There's a couple things I wanted to give more of an effort to. Like, it seems like I'm pretty good at being mildly successful at whatever I put my heart to, and I thought about getting back into stand-up comedy. I only tried that twice. Bombed both times, but it was just like an open mic night, you know, no big deal. I thought about trying to give that a shot. I don't know. I'd like to get into kind of what you did with, you know, Plateauberfest and promotion and that kind of stuff, but I don't know the first thing about it. So I kind of just don't know what to do. Wow. And I'm not being egotistical, but everything I've set my mind to, it seems like I've been able to pull off at least decently, like skateboarding and drumming. I got somewhere with both of those, not very far, but, you know, far enough to build my confidence up. You know?
Well, what are you doing right now? What's your job right now?
Uh, yeah, SSID. I'm on disability for PTSD.
Okay.
Yeah, which that's a trip too because like I love working, so I feel just lazy. So I get lots of exercise. I'm always out on my bike or skating or walking, but I would like to do some volunteering.
Well, that's
I
a
don't
good
know.
idea. Volunteering's a good idea.
I thought about working with animals with PTSD. Someone told me that would be something I'd probably have the tolerance for. So, like, I don't need to make money, like, to be fulfilled. And, and actually I can legally only work 16 hours a week without them taking away my benefits. So even if I wanted to get a full-time job, it'd be dumb because I get paid a ridiculous amount to be fucked up mentally.
Okay, well, I think you should, find things to do that improve yourself. Like, I like the idea about volunteering. It's good that you're riding your bike and you're staying active because you should try to get yourself in good health, right?
Yeah, that's very important to me.
And what type of things
That's
do
what
you
I'm doing
do?
right now, actually. I'm actually on my bike talking to you.
And what type of things do you do with your children? How do you guys still live in the same address, or did you move out?
um, yeah, I moved out for right now. That's a whole story in and of itself. Nathan knows all about that. So I'm staying with my mom, but very close by. Me and my son Atticus, he's the 8-year-old. He's obsessed with music and ridiculously good with drums already. Like, I didn't take my first drum lesson until I was a year older than him. So he's got that. So we're into that. But I'm quickly losing them to VR and laptops and smart devices. Like, to be a truther parent, I'm doing horrible parents. I mean, they're always on something. Oh, great.
Well, you can't avoid that stuff completely, but what I do, I can hear like a train in the background. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I'm trying to walk away from it. Can I call you back in a second? I can't hear anything. I'm so sorry.
Okay, call me
I didn't
back.
realize.
Call me back.
Okay, I will. Thank you so much for taking my call. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Bye-bye.
Bye. I mean, I don't know if he's gonna listen after um, hanging up, but just limit the time. You got to limit the time that they spend doing that stuff. You can't like not let them do that stuff at all. I mean, I guess you could. And people say, "Oh, Bill Gates, children or Steve Jobs kids don't even have iPads." Blah blah blah. Yeah, whatever, dude. I don't even know if I believe that bullshit. But you can limit that time, because, and they get, it's the times we live in. That's what it is. It's techie time. Techie time. Like if you don't let them, mess with that stuff, they could possibly end up in a position where they're at a disadvantage in the future because they don't understand how to use tech, or they're not good with computers because they didn't learn and stuff like that. And there's a lot of things that are computer based or digitally based. I mean, not that it's good, but to kind of, even if you're living like 1 foot in, 1 foot out of the beast system, you need to have an understanding of digital things. You know what I'm saying? Tell him to take a urine bath. Oh my god. Women's health declines with every birth. Our clocks need to tick down. Low vitamin A diet wasn't just about physical health, better mood, more related, more looks from women, better chance of finding a good wife, and procreating, more energy to make money. Hey man, whatever is working for you. If that's working for you, that's good. I like eggs and cheese. And I like to buy a side of salmon once in a while and roast that bad boy off with some asparagus, maybe some cilantro lime rice. It's delicious. It's delicious. What can I say? My ex is still out there cheating on her new target she married 4 times. Holy crap. I could have multiple families going right now and no one would even know it. Oh my god. Dude. My stepdad's brother died a couple years ago. When he died, he tells his brother, my stepdad, you gotta tell this woman so and so that I'm gonna die, that I'm dead or whatever. And he's like, who? Because his brother was married to another woman who didn't have the same name as the woman that he was saying, tell so and so I died. Child with her and everything from like years ago, decades ago. Shit's wild, bro. Shit is wild. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Queen B, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yes, what's up, Dr. Law?
Nothing much. I'm always lurking.
Yes. What's going on?
Yeah, I just heard nothing much. I just heard Rico call in. He called me a couple weeks ago. We spoke for a bit, and he let me know all about, what's going on with him. And I just want to, I want to call in and give him some words of encouragement. When he called and was talking about, his life, you were right. You're 100% right on the things you said to him. He put himself down, and that's not right. He's not at fault. He's just a normal guy doing his thing, being a parent and a husband. He did everything right. I was married. Well, I was with my ex for 24 years. But the last 5 of it, she was running around on me. So, but I caught her, and and I turned everything. They don't have anything to do with their mom. My 2 sons, not because I want them to do that. It's because, we don't need her. And he doesn't really, he needs to spend the time with the kids. That's why, I did everything with my kids 24/7. And my kids were just as old as his, 8 and 11.
Mm-hmm.
But he can do it, He's got a great mom. I met his mom, but he's a great guy. He shouldn't, Rico, you shouldn't put yourself down like that, brother. It's not, you had nothing to do with that. A marriage takes 2. And when one fucks up, it's all on them. Whatever happened in your relationship, it's on both of you, 50-50. Takes 2 to tangle, right? You shouldn't say that, she put up with you. Shit, you put up with her. And, moving out of the bedroom for, 5 years. I did it for 2 years before I caught her. And, I've been by myself for 11 years now. I try to give, someone a chance, and that this is the reason why I left, I'm no longer hanging around, flat earthers. They're just like normies. They do the same shit like the normies, like the sheeple. They're no different. We are no different from them. But I think some of us who can see past everything or can be true to themselves and to others. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I try to keep only the friends that will, have my back, because I will have theirs. That's why, you and I, even though we don't we don't agree on anything that really, we agree on some things, but we are our own person. That's why I like, I still, keep in touch with you. You've never done anything wrong to me. You always have my back. You always say you have my back, and I trust that. Until that's broken, if you break that, you'll never see me again either. I'm that kind of person. Call it what you will, but I don't have time, and ain't nobody got time for that, right?
Yeah, that's true.
The things that I say, the things the way that I think, like last week, that guy who called in, and I mean, it's great and all, but when I say something, it's not because I'm saying it out of my ass. I've thought about it. I've thought about it for a couple of decades. We were talking about the resource-based economy,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah. I mean, I can see way past, and that's why I do the things I do, Karen. At your events, I wish that you would do more of those, and hopefully you'll have one this year, right?
Yes, the plan is to have one this year in October again at the music camp. That is the
Hell
plan.
yes, yes, and I have your back. I will be there,
Awesome.
and
Well,
I will make I will make it the best damn get together ever. And really I hope those that have left, your circle will come back and see, and be with the people who are really, good people. The community is getting smaller and smaller and more divided, which is to me that's really heartbreaking. But I
yeah.
saw it coming years ago. Yeah, you saw it too, probably.
Yes, I did.
Remember?
I did. I
Because
was thinking about this because,
everything.
yeah, exactly. I had this very thought this morning. I was like, people talk about how TFE, they joke about TFE killing flat Earth, but it was long before that. Long before that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I saw it years before. Because remember, it was the Flattoberfest number 2 or 3. I think it was number 2. You said that this is it. I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. And every damn year I would tell you, Karen, you gotta do one more. And remember the year that Skiba died? That was in Spartanburg. You were
Yeah.
telling me, I'm done, La. You had it. And I was like, please, Karen, just one more, and then and the last time was Vegas, and I begged you at Vegas, you got to do one last time, and that was ending in the one that ended in Spartanburg at the Hurricane, and that was the best one to me. That was the best one, even though it was so chaotic and disorganized. That really brought the community together. And those of us who were there, we only had one person who complained, and I wish she would yeah. But anywho, yeah. But the advice you gave him, Rico, that is very good advice. Work on yourself. If if someone comes into your life, so be it.
Mm-hmm.
But don't take that time away from the children, from your kids. And I'm going to say kids. I don't give a shit if it means goat. I don't care. It's a word. It's just a word. You can make it whatever you want it to be. Okay, so
Right.
I took care of my kids the best that I can. You see that, right, Karen?
Yes, you did, Law. Yes, you did. I saw. Mm-hmm.
I don't need to be commended for something that is my duty. It's not just a job. It's your duty to carry on and raise them the best that you can. And you're absolutely correct about the techie stuff. You cannot keep your kids away from the techie stuff. I used it. I used all of it to occupy my kids when I needed downtime. And it brought those two together. My two boys, they're more than brothers. They're best of friends, and they're workout partners. Even though one has a girlfriend, he spends his time with her, but most of his time is with his brother. They'll do things. They're doing MMA right now.
Oh, wow.
Along with their soccer, and yeah, my little one is, oh man, I might put his ass in a ring and make some money from him, for him, not for me, but yeah, he might be a good MMA fighter. But yeah, that advice you gave him is really good, and I hope Rico. I hope you're listening, brother. We all love you. You're a great guy. Don't put yourself down, man. I mean, and don't even shed a tear that for your ex. The best the thing that I regretted the most about my divorce, prior to my divorce, it was the fact that I begged her to stay for the kids, and that we would not have a relationship. Just stay in the house for the kids until they're a little bit grown up, and then she can leave. That is my one biggest regret. If I could go back in time, that is the one thing I would never ask the bitch. I would say, okay, the door's right there. Don't ever come back. And that's what I did at the end. I said, you leave the door, you're a ghost. I don't know you, and I have not contacted her in 11 years. So
Dang.
that's just the way I am. Even if she comes back, I don't even talk to any of her family. They don't talk to my kids or me. So it's perfect. Life goes on. You move on. A lot of people think that I'm kind of stuck on my ex because I don't have someone in my life, but they don't understand that the children, the kids, are more important than a relationship with for yourself. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because we brought them into this world, but one of us left, so I have to see them through, thick and thin.
Right.
Just like what you're doing with your kids, you're seeing them through. Ted just, stumbled onto your life, like a barbarian. But
Ted is like he's like a
it's
unicorn
great.
though. Like he didn't have any of his own children. He didn't have any baggage. He doesn't have an ex-wife. Like he doesn't add any complication. He's so laid back and he just likes hanging out in the woods. It's like it couldn't be better.
Exactly. And that's the key too. He had no baggage, because when you get someone and they have baggage, that's a red flag, and so don't do that to
I
yourself.
know. I'm surprised he stuck around with me.
Oh no, I'm not surprised. Ted is a good guy. He's true to himself. He's true to you. That's the kind of people I like. I mean, there'll be times when it becomes difficult, but you overcome that, and you have to give and take. Compromise with one another.
Yeah.
It's never 50-50 in a relationship. A relationship is between two people. It's always a 100%. It might be 30% you one day, 70 him that same day, and the next day is maybe 25% him and 75% you. But it always has to equal 100 for a relationship to work.
Yeah.
But most people don't see that, and they see they're caught up in the beast system, like what they see, the girls, I mean, it's great for eye candy, but but once you taste the candy, it's like every other candy, Once the lights are off, it's all the same shit, But we have to stay true and see the things that can be the same with anybody. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, also the caller you had before, Rico, he was talking about urine therapy. I was just talking to my son about that, because he has acne, and I've been telling him to use urine, and he's been doing that, but in the shower, so he's not doing it long enough. I've been looking, I need to, if he has anything that he can put, in the chats, put in there for me. I want to look it up, some good sources for urine therapy, because I looked into that urea a couple of decades ago, when YouTube first came out, and the doctor, there was a doctor who took urea and took something from it, and was curing cancer from that. There's the Gerson method, and there's the RSO, and then there's the urea. There was only 3 that I looked at that was really good. But, he had to get out of the States because they were trying to put him in jail. But, that was over 20 years ago. But I've been trying to look at some things, and anytime you wiki that, because urine is supposed to be sterile. It's supposed to be sterile. That's
Right.
what I remember from it.
Yeah.
But, Wiki says it's not. Do you know that?
No, I did not.
Yeah, they bash urine therapy just like they're bashing people who give out COVID misinformation. Like they'll just. And I'm trying to explain that to him because his girlfriend is kind of saying that your urine is not sterile and it's not good for you. And I'm telling him no. And my son is, he would trust me more than anyone. So he's trying to tell her, what I'm saying. So. But yeah.
I know I've heard
Anywho,
Dr. Drew. You know Dr. Drew of Dr. Drew Pinsky.
Oh yeah.
I've
Yeah.
heard him talk about urine being sterile, and he's like
Yeah.
mainstream guy. So I don't know. I don't know why Wiki would say otherwise. I guess it's just see, and then they want you to give them money to keep them going. Like why? So you could just keep lying to us? Like F you.
Right. Exactly. When you look up what's in urine, it's mostly water, urea, and some minerals. But it doesn't say anything about, you have, the only reason why it's not sterile is because it has to come, pass through the urethra, because, that you have, just like your skin has bacteria, or cells that could, rot and it becomes unsterile. But, other than that's the only unclean part of the urine, right? And so, but anywho, yeah. Sorry about that. I had something else to say, but I forgot. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be in the Spartanburg this weekend. Maybe get together or something if you want. Just let me know.
Okay. This weekend?
Yeah, I might be driving by your place this on Friday afternoon, evening. I might stop by if you're home.
Oh yeah, I'm almost always home.
Okay, well I'll let you know if I have
But
time to
you
stop
can
by.
always call me. You can just call me. I'll let you know for sure.
Okay, cool. I've got to take my sister's van and replace both her lower control arms that Toyota is trying to rape her with. I got the parts for $250 and they wanted to charge her over $3,000 to put that shit on. Yeah. Yeah, so I've got to step up and put that on for her, save her some money.
Right on, Law.
Yeah, but that's what I do. Yeah, that's what I do. I mean, if we can do it, anyone can do it. If a monkey can do it, I can do it, right? If a grease monkey can do it, I can do it. So, but that's all I got, Queen Bee. I'm gonna go into Wally World and do a little shopping, and yeah.
All right,
I
Law.
will let you know. Okay.
All right.
All right. You guys take care.
All right.
Much love to everyone in chat.
Yep. Take care.
All right. Later.
Bye. What are you guys now? It's only 90% sterile. Urine's not sterile. Comes from your body. Nothing is sterile naturally. Well, I mean, you don't think water coming out of like hot springs that's like 200 something degrees is not sterile naturally? You think something's living in that? I mean, we boil stuff to sterilize it, so I don't know. What's up, Allie B? Filling my egg. Nice. What's the ETA on the bangers? That's what I want to know. Someone gave him the wrong memo. Well, listen, if you're not a fan of urine therapy and you don't plan on drinking pee, well, you don't have to worry about it now, do you? Right then. Me no drinky pee-pee either. Today? Ooh! Yeah, buddy! The little pearls, I took those pearls home and I put them in the China banger that I have, and they don't even move in that thing. So I'm hoping that the extra large one that they'll actually spin around inside of it, because they don't even move inside of the cheap one, the knockoff, the China knockoff one. Do you know the Persian Jews create Iran? I mean Iran, not Iran. I'm sorry. Do you know the Persian Jews create Iran? No. I don't know anything about Iran, really, except for what I've seen on YouTube. I watched a video of a girl who went to Iran and, like, they talk with people and... yeah, it's not fun. And she interviews people. Hey, Jenny Spark. Never go into hot tubs. I like hot tubs. I like hot water. I like to take a hot bath. Tell you that much. Clean catch urine sample. I just peed myself, baby. It was medicinal, though. Man, I could have used that during my touring days. Next shit will be the new mud therapy. Ew, Tommy, ew. Persia equals Iran. I know that. Hot tubs have way too many chemicals. Well, you gotta, not have stuff growing in there. We only have a clawfoot tub, so just baths for me. Clawfoot tub, nice. She took your name off the bank account. How does she do that without you signing something? Usually if you get removed from a joined bank account, you have to sign something taking your name off the bank account. So she could have, I don't know what she'd do, forge your name. Zoroastrians. She forged it? Oh my gosh. Rico, that's not cool. We can get skin problems from dirty hot tub water. Urine in the hot tub would technically counter some of the chlorine toxicity. I don't know about that. Is there a scientific study about that? Yeah, I don't know. Iran literally means of the Aryans, name with Ireland, Easter Island, etc. It's a whole theme. Hook it up to the piss tank. Yeah, change your routing for your disability check. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Good point, Billing Toto. You need to make sure that your money is going into an account that you have access to. Bring it up at court on February 4th. Yeah. Although Rico, I'll just tell you right now, what they'll do is they'll want to know how much money is in the account, right? Because the account, probably most likely they'll want to split it 50-50. And what you're going to need to do anyway is get yourself an account that she doesn't have access to. So just get a new account. Like Billingtano says, put your money in your own account. Yes, do that. It has a prognosis with the minerals like magnesium, potassium, selenium. Depends on what's overall in the water. Lay down in the water outdoors. My check. Shit. Yes, exactly, Rico. I don't know how often you get a check. It's probably once a month. If it's the government, I'm assuming it's like a once a month check, once or twice a month. You better get down there and fix that. In fact, that's probably what you should do today. I don't know what you're doing today. Not built for this, man. Rico, yeah, you could do this, dude. It's easy. Just go call them. Monthly? Okay, go get a new account. Tell them to mail you a paper check. Or yeah, if it's at direct deposit, you need to take it off direct deposit and make sure it's getting mailed to your address. Yes, Boston Ray. Headed to mom's now. Yeah, that's what you need to do that today. Today. And then that will be one less thing you have to worry about. Parents had a hot tub. To hand over control today. So they're evacuating the crew. NASA will return 4 astronauts to Earth early from the International Space Station due to medical concern with one of the crew 11 astronauts. Here's the latest news. Return 4 ISS astronauts home early and first ever medical evacuation. ISS astronaut evacuation shouldn't interfere with Artemis 2 moon mission. How does NASA... Of course it's not going to interfere with the Artemis 2 moon mission because the Artemis 2 moon mission isn't going to happen. Oh, Thursday, January the 15th is when they're actually coming back. The weather will ultimately determine exactly where SpaceX Dragon capsule carrying the crew will splash down off the coast of Southern California. The weather looks favorable for a 3:40 a.m. Look, in the middle of the freaking night. You'd think that they would schedule these things to happen when there's daylight for safety reasons or something. But no, they do it in the middle of the night so that nobody's going to go out there and try to watch and see what they're doing. Change the address on your SSI account to your mom's house too. There you go. Hasn't closed yet? Alright. They don't send paper checks anymore? Oh crap. Then you better go, yeah. I don't even like admitting I'm mentally disabled. It's so embarrassing. who cares? Just get over it and go get your account. Get yourself your new bank account. I almost seemed like there was people involved with Artemis who really were trying to figure out how to go to the moon. Yeah, because they were even acting like they're like, oh, we've never gone outside of the Van Allen radiation belt, so we haven't done this. They were acting like the previous moon missions didn't even freaking happen. You know, they are acting like it's brand new. Oh, we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back up again. Like what we're doing now. Look at all the rocket ships that Elon has to blow up in order for us to go back to the moon. Elon's like blowing up rocket ships like every week. This is a sacrifice we make for moon travel. Will they deposit to Cash App? Or even the same bank that you were using just on your own account. You know what I'm saying? If you already had an account there, they might be able to give you one. That's just your account. Although I don't know, you know, they're kind of screwed with their freaking accepting forged documents. You can transfer your direct deposit to your Cash App. Okay. There you go. Cash App isn't a real bank. It's better to have an insured bank account. I agree, Billingtano. I would agree, but just if he's having... If I would say use the Cash App as a backup, Rico. If you don't get a bank account, then just use Cash App until you can get yourself a bank account sorted out. How about that? Cash App is backed by a real bank. Well, I don't know. I've not had to deal with this. I don't know the research. Let's see. Access debit cards, invest in stocks and Bitcoin, apply for personal loans and file taxes, blah, blah, blah. I mean, seems like you can do a lot. Paychecks. Set up direct deposit. Here you go. Deposit checks, paychecks to earn status and benefits. Get paid up to 2 days early compared to many banks. I don't know that that'll happen, but it doesn't really matter. But yes, you can set up direct deposit to a Cash App account. I have a credit union account like Primo. I'm going to see if I can get a separate account. Yeah. I actually have good credit for a drummer. So yeah, there you go. But just make sure you get that all sorted out, because you don't want her taking your cash. But also remember, take care of those children. Take care of your kids. Just make sure that they're taken care of, because they're the ones who suffer the most in a divorce or a breakup. Even if for 5 years you were sleeping on the couch or whatever, you were still there. So you not being there is still going to be a huge, it's going to be a huge impact on the kids' lives, children's lives, whatever you want to say, your offspring's lives, okay? Because they're so young. So just make sure that their needs are met and that you still love them, and no matter what happens between you and mommy, you're always there for them. Seriously, you're going to have to say all that shit out loud. As cheesy and cliche as it sounds, they're going to need to hear that stuff. So, that's my advice. Didn't have any credit a few years ago. I get direct deposit earlier than I have with any place using Chime. You can even get huge loans on the next month's deposits, interest free. Oh, interest free. Usury free, huh? Usury free is good. Okay, well that's good. It's good, Rico. Kids will decide if they want to go with mommy or daddy. Well, sometimes they get to decide and sometimes they don't. Depends on their age. Like the younger ones don't really get to decide. And the older ones, it's like they just take it into consideration, but they, you know. $16 years old. It's rough, man. It's rough. Children suffer the most in divorce, you know? Man builds hidden hobbit home bunker. Boy, that looks like a video that me and Ted will want to watch. Hidden hobbit home bunker. Nothing on this channel should be construed as financial advice. Yeah. They would all totally go with the mom. Yeah. You know, this subject came up today on Iron Realm, and they were like, oh, why? We shouldn't be mandating child support, because why? So they could just keep being lazy and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, oh my God. You know, like there's bad situations, you know, in everything, you know, sometimes people suck and they do take advantage of the system and they're just horrible people. But other times, most of the time, the system is not set up for those people. It's set up for the good people who have no recourse when they get left high and dry, right? With young kids to take care of. So, you know, and while I agree that I don't think abortion should be legal. People should not be killing their babies. Because they were, what was it? Somebody said, as long as abortion's legal, then child support should not be mandated. Maybe. But while I hate abortion, I hate the whole thought of killing a baby is like abhorrent to me. Like I can't even imagine doing that, but the thing about it is the children are the ones that suffer in these situations, right? Like it's called child support. It's not ex-wife support. That's alimony. It's not, you know, support my ex's drug habit support, even though, you know, some people will say, oh, that's where it's going to. Well, then you'll have to go, you know, and go through certain avenues to, you know, take your children from that person and do the right thing and blah, blah, blah. And that's an unfortunate situation too. But for the most part, those things are set up so that children don't have to suffer unnecessarily when the family falls apart. So like being able to stay in the home for a little while, you know, until things get sorted out, or you know, still, you know what I mean? Like, instead of everybody having to move into a 1-bedroom apartment and everybody shares the same bedroom, and you know what I mean? Like, it could really mess them up. I mean, the divorce in and of itself really messes stuff up. So, anyway, I'm just saying. Crispy, crunchy pickles are the best. Flat Earth meetup. Colin Furr's doing his bunker build. Send me a link. Pickles? You guys are talking about pickles? Well, I woke up to seeing this morning. It was pretty creepy. This guy was like robbing graves, and he was selling body parts, and he was like hanging body parts from the ceiling in his apartment. Good news is we have drugs. Does she still do drugs, Rico? I can. Number 1 pickles, 1 bite pickles. Extra garlic. Yeah, dude, watch. Listen to this.
We have new details in that gruesome case where a man was arrested and charged with burglarizing graves and storing remains in his home and storage unit. Chris O'Connell, you've been following this story since it broke. What are police saying?
Oh, Jason, police think that Jonathan Gerlach was selling at least some of those human remains online. Investigators say he had collected a trove of human skulls, skeletons, and bones, including full corpses hanging from his basement ceiling.
I never thought I would see this in my life. It was an experience that you really don't want to relive.
The Yeadon police chief says he's seen a lot in his career, but nothing like what he saw when he walked into the home of accused grave robber Jonathan Gerlach. He was one of the first inside of Gerlach's Ephrata home when they discovered more than 100 human remains of people who have died decades, even centuries ago. Investigators and medical examiners were back at the property today. They say 8 more bodies were found at a nearby storage locker.
They were basically on display. There was some stuff in boxes, but most of the stuff was on display.
According to newly released affidavits, police say Gerlach used crowbars and screwdrivers to break into dozens of mausoleums and underground burial vaults on both the Yeadon and Philadelphia sides of the historic Mount Moriah Cemetery. You can actually see where some of the stones were moved and vaults burglarized. 2 corpses stolen from this grave, 7 sets of remains stolen from this family plot. All of the remains were from those who died many years ago, but some as young as infants. Descendants of family members buried here are sickened.
It's yucky. I mean, anybody finding out, we think that, we're going to rest in peace and be okay there. And, I mean, it's their landing space of their body, not their soul. So there's peace in that.
Neighbors at Gerlach's Ephrata home started to get suspicious when they started noticing flies around the window.
It was more than 5. It was at least 20, 30 on each window. I figured it was a garage that they were getting in through somewhere and they couldn't get out, and now finding out that there was all those remains in there, it makes sense.
Investigators are trying to figure out if other cemeteries were hit. In December, a tip came into police about a grave robber in Luzerne County. A tipster told police they recently discovered a partially decomposed corpse hanging from Gerlach's basement. They also say he disappeared for a few days and mentioned that he had been in Chicago selling a human skull. Police are looking into a Facebook page devoted to selling human remains. Investigators wonder how long it's been going on or what else
Look
they
at
may
this edgy
find.
motherfucker.
What could this evolve to next? You know, you're collecting human remains. What's the next step in the evolution of this? And that's something that, you know, hopefully we will find out why.
Because he's demented.
Now, Gerlach remains in the Delaware County Jail on $1 million cash bail. Investigators are now trying to connect loved ones with their family members' remains, but since all of them died many, many years ago, Dawn, they understand it is going to be a challenge.
No doubt, Chris, and so disturbing. Thank you, Chris.
Oh my God. Isn't that wild? It's all about cremation. Infants are easier to carry. There'll be a movie about this, probably. Elaborate chest and neck tattoos, yeah. Yeah, that guy thought he was super edgy, didn't he? He went to a grave and he was stealing bodies and shit. What a freak. At least he wasn't killing them. Yeah. Tower of Silence, where they take bodies to let the vultures eat them. I'm all about the funeral pyre. I have to go to the dentist today. Dude, I dread going to the dentist. My mouth is a disaster. Trump administration releases new dietary guidelines prioritizing real food and protein. That's interesting since we were just talking about diet. The 2025 to 2030 dietary guidelines unveiled January 7th, 2026 push. Dude, less than 5 years to 2030, you guys. Agenda 2030's coming up. Coming up. You excited? Push high-quality proteins like meat, eggs, seafood, and beans, plus full-fat dairy, vegetables, fruits, nuts, and limited whole grains, while warning against processed foods and added sugars. Visuals feature an inverted pyramid with prominent steak and butter and revived milk mustache ad stars President Trump promoting whole milk. The changes reach federal programs like SNAP, with waivers approved for 18 states to restrict soda and candy purchases, aiming to cut chronic diseases that drive most U.S. healthcare costs. Supporters cheer the focus on to nutrient-dense food, though critics point to saturated fat limits and industry ties. Most expensive thing we can do as a country is keep government incentives for food that sickens Americans while skyrockets healthcare costs. A 15% weight loss reduction results in nearly $1,000 per year in lower Medicare spending. Oh, really? Ending the war on protein. Well, there was kind of a war on protein. Remember, like the New World Order was like, you will eat the bugs. You can't eat the... But it wasn't because they were saying protein was bad for you. It was because there was too much greenhouse gases coming out of the cows' assholes is why they didn't want you to eat the cows, because it was... You needed to be more green. It was the climate change thing. It wasn't because protein was bad. So it's just more nonsense, gaslighting, bullshit. Oh, let's see.
The prior guidelines were driven. We've come up with guidelines that are actually going to benefit American health. The prior guidelines were driven not by health.
First of all, I have to say the first line. Look at him. He's like...
We've come up with guidelines that are actually going to benefit.
Like, shock. Oh my god, they're actually gonna benefit. We have guidelines that are actually gonna benefit Americans' health. Not those other guidelines where we tell you to wear a mask all the time and stay 6 feet apart and don't let your grandbabies hug their grandparents and only walk one way down the aisle in the grocery store. Not those guidelines that fucked everything up. No, now we actually have good guidelines. I'm so surprised. Shocking.
American health. The prior guidelines were driven not by health interests, but by mercantile interests of the food industry, which had captured FDA. And it was that impulse that drove Fruit Loops to the top of the food pyramid. We've now flipped the food pyramid, and we are urging Americans to eat real food, eat whole foods, meats and healthy fats like dairy, fruits and vegetables and whole grains. And today, Mary, we're spending $5 trillion annually on health. We spend 3 times per capita what European countries do. And we have the worst health outcomes, and it's mainly driven by food. About 40 cents in every taxpayer dollar now goes to food-induced chronic diseases. So the only way that we're going to lower healthcare costs in this country is by helping Americans to change their diet and eat healthy food, and this is the first major step.
The new food pyramid is not complicated. Pick a whole food protein, pick a vegetable or 3, add some greens if you choose. Ideally, add something fermented. Humans don't overeat carrots, broccoli, salmon, and steak. Our body has a natural satiety signals for real food. Cali means... Oh, God. Why are these people even telling us what to eat? Just... go fix the infrastructure. You know what I'm saying? Like, go do something useful instead of sitting there telling people what to eat. Like, who cares? Get out of here. I'm tired of this nanny government shit. Here's what you should eat. Here's how you're supposed to take care of yourself. Here's what you should do. Here's what you should be. Here's what your numbers should be. You're gonna follow. Fit into my box. Yeah, fuck you, buddy. Fuck you. Hey, old Benjamin. Hey, Liz the Iron Maiden. Kicked me out because I wouldn't go to the periodontist. What's going on this morning? Whole bunch of nonsense, bunch of crazy shit. The world's crazy. Hey, Reed, good to see you. Reed's by Gypsies, good to see you as well. What if in 10 years footage surfaces of RFK talking about completely normal? Dude, I can't listen to that. I hate listening to that guy talk. Maybe close McDonald's, Burger King, KFC, and go back to small farming. You know, or let people just make their own decisions, you know? People know that stuff that they eat is bad. They eat it anyway. They eat it anyway. People know when something they're doing is bad. And they do it anyway. Because they're weak and they have no willpower and they don't care about long-term effects. They just care about short-term satisfaction. You know what I'm saying? So it's dumb. It's just dumb. It's just a waste of time for the government to even be spending money on this shit. This is just the government, you know, coming up with some other, you know, bullshit thing to make you think that they're actually necessary. It's not necessary. I mean, not that government is completely unnecessary, but most of the government is unnecessary. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's way too big. They have too much power, too much control. They get way too much money. They spend it on ridiculous shit that doesn't benefit Americans. Like, you know, there's no accountability. There's no accountability. You know, like, as much money as gets sent to, you know, Israel or any other country that gets aid from America. I mean, why we have all our city streets just full of like all these fentanyl junkies just hanging out, shitting all over the sidewalks and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could be doing a lot more that actually benefits the people that live in this country than what they're doing, especially with the resources they have. Like, it's a joke. It's a joke. Eat what you like and don't add stress. Donuts are not bad, they're just misunderstood. Serious B, wait, just woke up. Anyway, in other news, what else is going on in the news? Did Dan Benino quit the FBI? We're saying after FBI role. Does that mean that he's done? Benino announced a revamped 2-hour edition of the Dan Benino Show airing weekdays from 10 a.m. to noon Eastern Time exclusively on Rumble, starting February 2nd, blah, blah, blah. He left his top-rated podcast and show in early 25 to serve under director Kash Patel, calling it the honor of a lifetime amid operational reforms at the Bureau. The new lineup slots into Rumble's morning block alongside promising in-depth Washington analysis and themes of hope. Fans celebrated online while some critics voiced his frustration over his FBI tenure. Remember, like, how he used to fucking rail again about the Epstein files, and then he like got on board and was like, "Oh yeah, there's nothing there. We don't need to see anything. There's nothing to look. Epstein killed himself." Remember, he used to rail on about, "Oh, Epstein didn't kill himself. We need to find out what's going on around here." Bark, 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 bark. And then this. These people, everyone in the government is a joke, dude. It's my 16-year-old son even knows it. He's so upset. He hates the government even more than I did at that age. And I don't blame him, because it's even worse now than it was when I was that age. Things are worse now than they were back then. They just keep getting perpetually worse. And for some reason, I can't figure it out, but for some reason, we just aren't voting our way out of this mess For some reason, after decade after decade after decade, we just keep voting in these turds who just don't do anything. Like Trump, who basically, no, we're going to end all wars. We're going to make America great again. Comes in, does literally the opposite. Literally the opposite. Slaps a whole bunch of tariffs on all these things from other countries. And you know who pays the tariffs? Who pays the tariff tax? Americans do. The people who import. That's who pays the tariff. So all those things they're placing on China and stuff, that's a punishment to America. He's just punishing Americans all the time for everything. Letting ICE agents kill people on the street. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey there, this Dennis. What's happening?
Hey, what's up, Dennis? How's it going?
It's going all right. Had an eventful week last week. I won't go into too much of it, but I actually just had one thing. I posted a link. I got not within the past month. I got a couple books about radio and I mean, it seems to me the import of them, the meaning of them, they're about Marconi, who I think he was indirectly, who was a disciple of Tesla, but Marconi's the one who invented modern radio, wireless communication. And to cut to the chase, and although he had already practiced it before 1901, in 1901 he did a major test where he had a radio or wireless transmission station set up in England in Cornwall, and a receiver, a colleague on the I think it was in Newfoundland on the east coast of North America, and they successfully did radio transmissions over 2,000 miles. So and that was way back in 1901. So if they could do thousands of well, let me say this first before I say the biggest import. Two things. One, it's people were claiming wrongly. So it's possible, therefore, to over a curved Earth to have radio transmissions. No, it's possible because it's flat. If it was curved, it would have been a big obstacle, and it would have been impossible. It's possible precisely because it's flat. And the second thing is that they didn't use any orbital satellites or any relay stations. It went direct. So 50 years later, or a little bit more than 50 years later, Sputnik was in 57. And after that, especially in the 1960s and onwards, they started claiming orbital satellites. This takes the foundation out from under those claims. And like, for what? We can already transmit thousands of miles without those being necessary. So there's probably several books on this, but one, an author who's made a bunch of books, Gordon Bussey, his last name is Bussey, and this book is online for free, by the way. It's in PDF. It's Marconi's Atlantic Leap. It's a book published in around about 2000 to commemorate the 100th anniversary, the centennial of the first transatlantic broadcast. And there's another book I got, and this is the author of it. It's there's another author, although Bussey's got several books. This book's called Point to Point, and it's where Marconi's Atlantic Leap is focused especially on that historic time in that broadcast back in 1901. And brief, it's a thin book. It's it's less than almost 100, just short of 100 pages. But a history. There's a book by Paul Hawkins, who spent his career in radio, and it's called Point to Point: A History of International Telecommunications During the Radio Years. And although these are mainstream authors, they're not out to debunk satellites. They do, especially Hawkins' book. He takes a dim view of the satellite communications era. He's more into the shortwave era, and also there's a presentation that he made about the history of radio. I just put it on posted it on the Rebellion main chat on Telegram. But Point to Point by Paul Hawkins, Hawkins. That's just I thought I'd make mentions of those. With all the things I got going on, personal life, like, you know, about a week ago this morning, my dad passed away, and just before that, somebody, I'm okay. It might even prove to be a moneymaker in the long run, but on New Year's Day, that afternoon, a drunk driver came into my lane and hit me head on, totaling both cars. So I enlisted a personal injury lawyer that same day, so we'll see where that goes. But the good news is, and hopefully that collision will end up the same way, a couple of years ago, somebody ran over my wife while she was a pedestrian, and she's okay. It could have been so much worse. But she just received this check for a vast amount of money, tax-free, the better part of $100,000. So just, you know, taking care of, I was on that with assisting the lawyer the whole time, the 2 years, but finally paid off. So anyway, I submitted those 2 books, thought that I couldn't, when I heard about the over 2,000 miles broadcast, and it was back in 1901, immediately that came to my second thought is, with the satellites, I mean, like, what the heck? What's the whole point of them? It's you know, it's a load of bull. So anyway, that's all I got.
All right, Dennis, thank you, and I'm glad you're okay, and sorry about the loss of your father.
Yeah, appreciate that. My mom died 3 months ago, so they both went, you know, within about 3 months of each other, about the same time, more or less. My brothers are handling the memorial and funerary stuff. There'll probably be a memorial in the spring on the same date as their anniversary. Run about the 5th or the weekend prior.
Okay, all right. Very nice.
All right, I'll let you go. You probably have I think you were just diving into new subjects, so that one, about the radio, it came to mind. I'll let you go.
All right, take care, Dennis.
Will do.
I actually don't remember what I was saying right before Dennis called. I was complaining about something, wasn't I? Yeah, dude, Dennis got hit by a drunk driver and his car got totaled. Isn't that crazy? At least he's alive, man. When I lived in the coast city of Haarlem in a tower flat in the Netherlands, I could get Radio New York with a simple world receiver back in the 90s. Wow, Artez, that's pretty cool. How funny. See, Artez is known. He's known it's been flat for many years. He's known for a long time. I would like Dennis to do a 3-hour eulogy at your funeral. Dan Benino in the news being full of shit. Ah, thank you, Billingtano. Yes, Dan Benino. That's right. What do you guys think about all this stuff? About us taking over Venezuela, basically. We go and kidnap a president of Venezuela. Now Trump is threatening Greenland. Let me search Greenland. What is he saying about Greenland now? ICE is killing people. Trump orders contingency plans for Greenland invasion amid pushback? After saying yesterday that if he didn't steal Venezuela, someone else will, he just said it again for Greenland. Oh my god, what does that sound like? If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will. The whole world is Palestine now. We told you this would happen. Holy crap.
Make a deal with them. If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will. And I'm not letting that happen. If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will take Greenland. And I am not going to let that happen.
Is there any deal they can offer you? Either like
Has Russia or China actually threatened to take over Greenland? Has this actually been stated as a fact? Does anybody know? Let's see, let's just search. Russia threatens to take Greenland. There have been no official threats from Russia to take Greenland. However, tensions have risen due to U.S. President's push to acquire the territory, which has alarmed both China and Russia. Russia's interests in the Arctic are significant, but they have not publicly commented on. See what I'm saying? Whether Russia or China are president in Greenland. Do Russia and China pose a national security threat to the U.S. and Greenland? The White House says Donald Trump still wants to buy Greenland, but has said military means are an option too. A man walks past a Danish flag fluttering near a statue of 18th century missionary Hans Egede ahead of March 11 general election in New Greenland. So who controls Greenland now? Denmark? Or Danish. Is that Denmark? Is Denmark Danish? What's Danish? Most crude oil in the world? Venezuela holds one of the largest... Well, I know that's why. I know that's why we're in Venezuela. It's definitely because of oil. They don't even hide that fact. They state openly that it is because of the oil. It's because they don't want them giving Russia oil or China oil. And they basically took over the reserve because, yeah. And they're draining... They're taking some of the reserve and they're taking it to the United States. So they're taking 50... I think they were saying it was between 30 and 50 million barrels of oil from Venezuela to put into the United States Reserve. For starters! For starters. Province of Denmark. Yeah, I think it is. Isn't Voya Dane? No, Voya is Dutch. Yes, Denmark. Okay, thank you. MAGA flags make America go away. Dude, that's funny. Too many people have TikTok brain. The Nicole chick moved there to be a paid organization that want to ruin this country, just like BLM. They are getting paid to cause trouble. Yeah. Are you Danish too, or Voy? Hello, DJ Curious. Good to see you, my friend. You think they really kidnapped Maduro? I get that you're reluctant to call everything a psyop, but come on. Don't they have him in New York? I don't know what the real story is. It doesn't matter. The thing they're putting out there is that they're kidnapping a president of a country. That's fucked up, dude. Okay, say it is a psyop. It's still wrong. They're basically putting it into the psyche of the rest of the world. We're America! Fuck yeah! Coming in to kidnap your motherfucking president! America! Fuck yeah! Coming in to steal all your oil! It's crazy. Don't you think it's crazy? America, and then we're gonna go steal Greenland. Hey, we'll buy it, but if you don't wanna take our money, we'll just send our troops in there and make America. Fuck yeah! Seriously. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't really care. I just know that the whole thing is, the whole narrative, the idea of it, the storyline is fucked up, dude. I mean, the world is crazy. They kidnapped Saddam too. South Park predicted it all, right? About to own some Cuba next. Yeah, exactly, this is what I'm saying. So the people of Venezuela are wrong to want to have a life they are celebrating. Is that wrong? No, it's cool. Look, whatever. I think Venezuela should be in charge of their own country. That's what I think. You know, like, it's the government that's there that sucks or whatever. Isn't that because we put those people there? You know what I'm saying? Like, aren't we the ones who put all these bad people in power so that we can control them and make them do bad things with America's bad politicians? Clip that. Maricaca. The oil will prop up the US dollar again for a while. Well, I noticed the gas prices are going down, so I was like, oh boy, here come that Venezuela oil making my gas prices go down. Oh my gosh. You know, I mean, what can even be done about the way the world works right now with this geopolitics and everything being so, like, on a global scale? Like, can't we just go back to a time we all just worry about ourselves? Actually, I was watching this that documentary, Cammy, remember that video about Iran, the people in Iran, because they have so much sanctions against them. They don't really import a lot of stuff. They just have what they have, and that's what they have. And man, they were eating good food. They were eating, you know, their food was good. They were still living their life. People looked happy. Like, you know, you don't need to have the materialism of the entire world imported into your land to have a good life. You know, people lived for thousands of years without importing everything from everywhere all the time. You know, every little plastic stupid trinket. Now supposedly Rubio is going to run things? What? And to monitor us for pushback, to see how we all react, see if we're gonna see their tells. If only we voted for the right person, we could fix it all. Right, NDB? Hopefully that actually drops shipping prices and we can live again. Dude, seriously. Iran trades with BRICS countries. It's a system not dominated by the US. Yeah, right. But see, that's my point though. They deal with not the US, and they're fine, right? So, like, the US putting sanctions on you is not a death sentence, is my point. Their culture is probably stronger because of it. You know what I'm saying? Their culture is probably stronger because of the sanctions. Neocon Don has gone full Donkey Kong. Yeah. Someone getting triggered because we said we don't vote? Can fix it all with NASA's budget. Oh. How are we gonna fix it, you guys? How are we gonna fix the earth? How are we gonna fix world? How do we fix the world? Two wings of the same bird just want to sit back and do nothing. Then why your state is upside down, you wonder when your state is upside down, you wonder why. I mean, I get that people should do something, but the whole voting to make things better thing isn't working. You see what I'm saying? It's not working. I voted in a whole bunch of elections up until probably 10 years ago. I voted in everything that I could vote in. Nothing ever got better. That's the problem. The government is too corrupt. You know? How do we get the corruption out of the government? Because if the corruption was out of the government, then maybe it would matter if we went and voted. If there was no electoral college bullshit and they actually counted each and every freaking vote that came in, then maybe it would be different. Maybe it would be worth it. But that's not how it goes now. You know, there's this thing called the electoral. Once I learned about the electoral college, I was like, I mean, I still voted even after that. But then later on, I just kept thinking about it. I was like, man, dude, this is fucked up. And then like when the politicians start redistricting and changing the boundaries so they can get this vote for that and blah, 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 blah. Dude, it's corrupt. It's corrupt. So how do we fix how do we get the corruption out? Because voting it out has not worked thus far. So how do we get it out? Legitimate question. I really want to know, how do we fix it? How? How? Tell me what to do. Just different years, yeah. By uniting against them, energy resonating where two or more are gathered, something to that. Yeah. But here's the thing, try to get people to gather together. Starts at local government, you're falling for the op. Well, I know in my local government, I've seen people tell the local government that they need to quit approving high density housing developments because it's hurting the traffic of the area, and we don't have the the roads and the infrastructure to support the new high volume of traffic of people coming in because they keep approving high density housing developments. But guess what? They keep approving the high density housing developments because money, money, money. So even local governments are corrupt. This is what I'm saying. Like, how do you even... It's almost like it just is what it is at this point. I mean, it's kind of depressing. It's depressing. Not gonna lie. This is why I highly recommend everybody take a sample of Ben's dabs, because they help. They help you feel better. When you're disgusted at the world around you, you just take a little dab. Voting taxes to cease payment in the Fed's pockets. It would be great if we could get everybody to quit paying taxes all at the same time, because that would really mess them up. But good luck. Everybody's too afraid. Votes should only be counted once, and only votes cast by American citizens should be counted. Yeah. None of you same wings people even know who's in your local government. You don't know that. Tar and feather current politicians. Government has only ever existed and can only ever exist by the consent of the governed. Yes. By ignoring it indefinitely and giving zero energy or thought and will disappear. Stop using money, form tight-knit homestead communities that can barter and trade, come out from among her. That's like, you sound like kind of like Dr. Law. Dr. Law was talking about the resource-based economy last week or the week before. They got you worrying about Epstein files where you will never change it. Oh, because it's not that big of a deal to have a sex offender as the leader of the entire fucking country. That's no big deal at all. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, all of it, from the ground up, is corrupt. It's disgusting and corrupt. Like, America is Babylon. You gotta know this. I mean, I just don't think it can be changed from within anymore. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's like checking out. She's like, it's too corrupt. Can't do anything. People just threaten your life. I mean, it's really screwed up. America's in a bad place right now. I hate to break it to you, but it is. Stop paying taxes and voting. Little dabba good. Get rid of the Federal Reserve and stop borrowing our own money. Yes, I agree. Raised by gypsies. Yes. Yes. Free energy equals peace. Well, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure if free energy is actually a thing. I have my doubts. I'm open to it, though. I would love there to be such a thing as free energy, but I'm not sure if that's a thing for real. I'm not sure. Dollars is turning into the peso. What real difference are you making in the Epstein files right now? You can't and will not change it. Okay, well now you're just basically proving my point. You're basically saying what I'm saying. How are you going to change it? How are you going to change it? How? How do you get the corruption out of the government? Zcash and Monero. Free energy is real, just not what we think it is. I mean, it's possible. Buy silver. Shouldn't be paying a corporation for it. Well, that I agree with. Capability of free energy is there, never going to happen. Free energy wise. Nothing ever happens. Exactly. Yeah, that's right. Tesla was going to give wireless energy through the earth with his tower, with the Wardenclyffe Tower, the big coil. Make this gooberment dissolve so we can start over. It's just kind of, the thing about it is America has gone around and done so much horrible stuff all over the place. If the government did fall, I don't know that Americans would be safe. You know what I'm saying? I don't know that Americans would be safe. Other countries would probably come over here and be like, F these Americans. They never did nothing while their government came over here and dropped bombs on top of our heads and burned us all alive and blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? I don't know that we would be safe. But, something's got to change. They said she should become Democrat and she refused. I saw she was on The View. That's right. I saw that on a TV somewhere. It was on. In some store I was in. When it comes to the idea of the millennial reign being in the past in that scenario, what if Christ powered all the ether devices possibly? Just thinking, well, who knows? They sent down manna from heaven to keep the Israelites alive in the desert for 40 years. I bought most of my silver at $14 an ounce. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. We're not safe now. Cashed all my silver in so I could get a haircut. Dennis, so when you get in your homestead in Russia, you gotta wait for this drunk driver thing to play out. Then you guys can go get you a nice homestead in Russia. Yeah? They wanted to fall on purpose to bring in the New World Order. It's part of the script. I mean, to me, it does look like an intentional destruction of this country by the people running it. Absolutely. I would have to agree with that. I would have to agree with that. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. See, he just says stuff. So AI, well, whatever, the news, the search I just did was just talking about how Russia has not said anything, or they don't even, they've not done anything, but now but he's just saying Russia and Chinese ships are all over Greenland. Is that true? I feel like he just says shit and then nobody knows how to fact check him. Right? Like, how do you go fact check whether or not there's Russian ships in the fucking ocean by Greenland? Who's gonna go fact check that? Who's gonna go fact check if there's Chinese ships all over the place around Greenland? Are you gonna, I can't do that. And then you go look it up online, you can find a source, but how do you trust that source? They just say shit. It's really crazy. It's annoying and it's crazy. Take the underwears and socks. Step 2. Step 3, have free energy. You want change, but you won't make change where you can. It all starts locally. I don't know why you can't understand that. It's the only way to I make change in my household, in my home. That's where I make a difference, is in my freaking home. It's a trading route that Donald wants to control. Okay, so there's ships are there because it's a trading route. It's not necessarily because it's like warships. So he's just saying, but the way he says it, he makes it sound like they're like surrounding Greenland. But if they're just there because it's a shipping route, then that's different. They're not all over the place. They're going from point A to point B, and it just happens to be that they pass by Greenland. Since 1979, Greenland has been a self-governing territory of Denmark. Since 2009, it has had the right to declare independence through a referendum. So they're fine. If they've been able to declare themselves independent since 2009, they're chilling. They're fine the way they are. So we're going over there to what? To get their resources, obviously. Has repeatedly expressed a desire to take control of the island, which hosts a U.S. military base. Desire in 2019. Greenland is not for sale. They have made it clear that they are especially not interested in becoming part of the U.S., right? No kidding. Anyway, it's just ridiculous for us to be going and trying to acquire other countries and take them over when this country, the one that we have now, is like in such poor condition, infrastructurally, economically, you know what I'm saying? Like socially, this country is a freaking disaster, and we're abducting presidents, threatening to take over freaking Greenland, dude. It's an icy rock. All recommendations by Gary the Numbers Guy want to load up. There's a silver shortage. Can't get any more local than taking care of your own business at home, right? Need a flat top. Panned for gold last year, found a few tiny nugs. Hey, that's cool. Hey, Rum Boston Bear, good to see you. No, it says that they're allowed to declare independency. It's had the right to declare independence through a referendum since 2009. So they're fine being whatever they're doing. The location and natural resources of the Arctic island make it strategically important for Washington. Greenland is geographically part of North America, located between the Arctic Ocean and the North Atlantic Ocean. It is home to some 56,000 residents, mostly indigenous Inuit people. It's the world's largest island. Greenland's capital, Nuuk, is closer to New York City, some 2,900 kilometers away, than the Danish capital, Copenhagen, which is located 3,500 kilometers away. Greenland in NATO territory through Denmark is an EU-associated overseas country and territory whose residents remain European Union citizens, have joined the European community with Denmark in 1973, but having withdrawn in 1985. It's really tricky. If the United States decides to use military power to take over Greenland, Denmark is a member of NATO. The United States is a member as well. It really calls into question what the purpose of the military alliance is if that happens. Melinda Herring, a senior fellow of the Atlantic Council, blah blah blah. Greenland offers the shortest route from North America to Europe. This gives the U.S. a strategic upper hand for its military and its ballistic missile early warning system. The U.S. has expressed interest in expanding its military presence in Greenland by placing radars in the waters connecting Greenland, Iceland, and the United Kingdom. These waters are a gateway for Russian and Chinese vessels, which Washington aims to track. The island is... Why? Like, are they military vessels? Or are they just, like, shipping vessels? Oil tankers? Like, what? The island is also incredibly rich in minerals, including rare earth minerals used in high-tech industry and the manufacture of batteries. Well, this right here would explain it all by itself. According to a 2023 survey of 25 of 34 minerals deemed critical raw materials by the European Commission were found in Greenland. Holy crap, 25 of 34? Greenland does not carry out the extraction of oil and gas, and its mining sector is opposed by its indigenous population. The island's economy is largely reliant on its fishing industry. Oh boy. Are Chinese and Russian ships swarming Greenland? However, while Trump has spoken of Russian and Chinese ships around Greenland, currently facts don't bear that out. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. He just says shit. Vessel tracking data from maritime data and intelligence websites such as Marine Traffic do not show the presence of Chinese or Russian ships near Greenland. Are Russia and China a threat to Greenland? The ship's locations aside, Trump's rhetoric comes amid a heightened scramble for the Arctic. A scramble for the Arctic. Amid global warming, the vast untapped resources of the Arctic are becoming more accessible. Oh, right. Russia has never threatened anyone in the Arctic, but we will closely follow the developments and mount an appropriate response by increasing our military capability and modernizing military infrastructure, Russian President Vladimir Putin said during an address in 2025 at the International Arctic Forum in the Russian city of Murmansk, the largest city within the Arctic Circle. Meanwhile, Russia and China have been working together to develop Arctic shipping routes as Moscow seeks to deliver more oil and gas to China and Western sanctions, while Beijing seeks an alternative shipping route to reduce its dependence on the Strait of Malacca. The Northern Sea Route, a maritime route in the Arctic Ocean, is becoming easier to navigate due to melting ice. The NSR can cut shipping trips significantly short. Russia is hoping to ramp up commerce through the NSR to trade more with Asia than Europe, due to Western sanctions. Last year, the number of oil shipments from Russia to China via the NSR rose by a quarter. China is also probing the region and has sent 10 scientific expeditions to the Arctic and built research vessels to survey the icy waters north of Russia. So, lots of action going on in the Arctic these days, I guess, huh? Remember that geological map that indicates Greenland is the most elevated landmass in the world? I'd like to see the evidence for that. It's intriguing. Is there evidence for that? Damn, I got banned. Huh? All distraction. Just wants to say that he's the only recent president that has expanded USA territory, right? I only really began setting my studying charts and details since October. Blank white CGI. I read that the US has 1 icebreaker ship designated for the Arctic while Russia has 50. Well, Russia touches the North Sea, it touches the Arctic, so I mean, I guess we do too with Alaska, but I mean, why would we need we don't need so many icebreakers, really. Best investment, chicken farm and eggs. Yeah, when your chickens want to lay eggs, they can't even process rare earth. Well, see, yeah, they want to mine, so they want to mine for rare earth minerals over there, which rare earth is usually it's stuff that's associated with like making batteries, so like cobalt, lithium, nickel, that sort of thing. Russia hasn't started any wars lately. You know, but Russia started that war because we broke a NATO contract. That's why. They said if you started putting, it was something about NATO, but it was definitely, they were provoked. The ice breaks up on Russia's Arctic coast in the summer due to the Russian rivers that flow north, bringing warmer water into the Arctic. Maybe the North Pole is now exposing more lands due to the climate change and America wants dibs. You know, sometimes I wonder about that. I do wonder about that because, yeah, you never know. I mean, there could be like a cyclical freezing and thawing of the North, you know, so that only certain times, for certain periods, the center is truly exposed, and other times it's actually really cold. I mean, it could be. Who knows? Who knows? Europe broke the 2015 Minsk agreement. treaty. Couldn't title one of your songs Thrill Killer. That was a no-no. Highest rate of self-deletion is Greenland. Really? Ooh, that's morbid. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen B. It's Tony Coriolis.
What's up, Tony?
Not much. Last week's call is now, there's only 2 calls that ever done into shows that are just gone. Like, there's no finding them. And I thought for like a second after the call, because like after the call, then I go back to the video and I was like, what? It ended? So I thought maybe, like, and I know this is probably not right, but who knows? You know, maybe I just thought, oh shit, or my call's annoying Karen so much, she just ended the stream on me, but it was all internet issues, so.
No.
That's
It was
what I think.
totally internet issues, and I was so bummed out after my stream ended that day. I just walked downstairs. I was like, "F this."
Oh, no, I gotcha. And even, like, sometimes we do, like, a post after, so I was checking back, and I didn't see anything, but all good, and I knew it was not because of my call, because it seemed like a good call.
No, yeah, your calls are always great. It's just that I got super frustrated because the internet dumped out on me again, or I don't even know why. I don't know what the problem.
I gotcha. ZenTube is messing with you still. That's never going to change.
Yeah.
But one little bit that we talked about there was about the whole Farmer's Almanac thing and how Balderson mentioned that, like, I don't know, I guess you could sense weather patterns if you had a bunch of bear fat around. Like, it's like a method of sensing weather and stuff. So we just touched on that, and who really knows what that like is about. But then my tortoise, I got the tortoise in my backyard, you know?
Mm-hmm. Right, your tortoise, yeah.
So, yeah, he's been weirdly, like, he's been hibernating. Normally, like, October, he hibernates, but this year he's just been out, like, the whole time. He's still eating lettuce. He's just moving all slow. So, my bad, someone doesn't know how to drive on a roundabout. So, okay, he was still out until we just had a big rain. Now he finally went away. Did he, like, possibly know that, like, oh, I just got to make sure it doesn't flood for that last rain that's coming? I mean, how would he ever know? He doesn't really have any fat deposits. It's not like he can, like, I don't know. It's just mysterious as to why wasn't he hibernating now? It seems like he's finally out after the big last rain. Like, I don't know. I really wonder with that. Any thoughts?
Yeah.
On how, like, animals can predict weather?
Yeah, there must be something that they're able to sense things with, because it's like there's other things of that like that happen too, but I can't think of an example. But yes, how do they know? Or like, how does my dog know that it's 6:30 exactly a.m. every day and like start whining at exactly 6:30 a.m. You know?
Yeah, ours does it, but I think it's food. Food is, I don't know, but yeah, they got the timing spot on. The whimpering only starts right at 5, right at dinner time.
Yeah, there must be something that animals are more in tune with as far as like atmospheric pressure or something, you know, because the weather changes with the atmospheric pressure. So maybe they have some way of paying attention to that, or they just do pay attention to it because they never developed languages or thermometers or any of that other stuff. So they just kind of feel it. I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, me neither. I just know they're more tapped into the naturalness than we are. We're all, you know, kind of on the internet and technology and stuff all the time. Which does lead me to, I did watch the Temple Grandin Weaving Spiders episode that you recommended.
Mm-hmm.
It was hard to track down. I had to hit up Alan Marcus for it directly, but I found it and I listened to it, and it kind of, same thing with Rico was saying, how his kid's kind of on the tablet a bunch and everything, and Temple Grandin really, like, I've listened to a couple of her interviews, and she's really, like, anti-video games. She thinks it doesn't serve us well, and that's kind of why society is kind of going on a downhill. Like, everyone's too connected to the internet. It has a bunch of people, like, I don't know, just not as good as we used to be.
I mean,
I really
it
did
could
find
be.
great, like, things in her interviews. She's really smart.
I can't disagree with that. I mean, it
Yeah.
definitely could be. I think technology, I mean, I've said it before, I think technology makes people lazy and stupid.
Yeah, and one thing that I really did find surprising, because, I don't know, I just really do like her stuff, and she said one thing on how, like, if someone would be, like, say right now, you're going to be, like, an elevator repairman, you know, like, just the technology of an elevator is, like, there's only two certain ways, and that would always exist. It's not like they're going to have AI is just in charge of the elevator now. Like, no, that's always going to be around, and don't forget it, like, as that. She kind of said something like that in the interview, and I really did, and it kind of clicked with me. That was smart, and, no, yeah, there's another thing I was going to say, too, but, yeah, I'm hitting you a little late. So, okay, lastly, just one little thing is how someone talked about the urine therapy stuff today. You know, that one guy?
Mm-hmm.
And then always the first thing everyone says is, oh, well, what about poop? Is poop good for you? I don't think at all poop is good for you. But one thing that I did hear a while ago, I don't know if you'll even, like, be able to find an article on it, but there was something that came out where Hunter Biden, like, went to Sedona, Arizona, to some compound that did, like, poop therapy or something. Yeah, other than that, I haven't heard of anything poop being good for you, but I heard Hunter Biden went to some place in Sedona, Arizona, that was a poop therapy place or something.
Oh my god. That's
I
disgusting.
know.
He's disgusting, so
But
that tells me that
yeah,
that's
people
it's probably a disgusting thing.
Yeah, I know. I really served him well, as I can tell. He's a sharpshooter. Yeah. Yeah. But, all right, I'm just at work, and there was something else, too, but I'll talk to you soon. Thanks for taking my call, Karen. Have a great day.
All right, thanks, Tony. You too.
All right, peace.
Peace. Who's drunk their own pee? There's a lot of people who've done that. I myself have not, but yes, people have done it. They hit a gas line, might have to evacuate my home. Oh my gosh, raised by gypsies. Yeah, awareness of barometric pressure. Yeah, exactly. It's got to be something like that. I heard never to get an elevator that is older than the total years of everyone inside of it combined. Well, elevators aren't even like 100 years old, so I mean, I've been in an elevator that's over 100 years old, and that's the elevator that's inside the Biltmore. It's like a tiny little elevator. It's like, it's like the size of a little closet. And it's over 100. It was the first elevator to be in a private residence ever, apparently. 1895. Probably something like a fecal transplant is the only poop therapy I've heard of. Yeah, exactly. Drinking and eating your own excrement is definitely worse than video games. I agree, Sirius B. That would be quite a party trick to pull off if elevator rides were a regular occurrence. Watch meth piss comedy skit. Yeah, early 1900s. What else is going on in the world today? World news. European Commissioner says U.S. military takeover of Greenland would be end of NATO. Malaysia and Indonesia blocked Grok over sexualized images. Wow.
talking about acquiring.
Does that require
And
US
and if we don't do it, Russia or China will, and that's not going to happen when I'm president.
Are you going to increase the amount of military bases on Greenland in the meantime?
Well, we have bases on Greenland. Yeah.
Are you going to make more?
I can put a lot of soldiers there right now if I want, but you need more than that. You need ownership. You really need title, as they say in the real estate. We're talking about acquiring, not leasing, not having it short term. We're talking.
Denmark and the U.S., both NATO members, are scheduled to meet this week to discuss Greenland. Greenland and Denmark have said that Greenland is not for sale, but Trump has not ruled out taking it by force. I agree with the Danish Prime Minister that it will be the end of NATO, but also, among people, it will be also very, very negative. He said it would have a very deep negative impact among the people and on our transatlantic relations. So they're just going to go into Greenland and they're going to mow over the indigenous Inuit people and they're going to just start, digging for lithium and probably cobalt and whatever else and mining for oil and whatever else they can find over there in that icy place. And that's it. They're going to take it over. They're going to be gone like Palestine. See, it's like now they've watched... The world basically watched Israel, with the help and financing and backing of America, wipe out a country, wipe out the indigenous people, just, you're out of here, and just take it over. Now they're going to build, their Riviera, their Middle East Riviera resort properties and shit on the coast right there. You know how it's going to be. And so now that they've done it, they're just gonna strike while the iron's hot. They're gonna be like, yeah, man, we totally blew up Palestine and we took over that country. So yeah, we're just gonna keep going. We're just gonna keep taking over countries. Who's gonna stop me? Who's gonna stop me? Who's gonna stop me? And, and Mr. Mellow Guy, you think that, whatever you do in the local government here is going to stop this crazy ass bullshit that's going on? I mean, this is like even more urgent than, the local city approving high density housing projects in my town, They're just going to keep warring and like bombing places and taking everything over. Like, this is terrible. Anyway. Pam looks like Trump offspring. Australia and Facebook. Meta urges Australia to rethink under 16 social media ban after blocking over 500,000 accounts. Right? But that's 500,000 accounts. Issued new pleas to the Australian government to reconsider its recently enforced social media ban for under 16s after the tech giant blocked over 500,000 accounts on its platforms in 1 month. Australia's online safety amendment came into effect on December 11th, barring access to 10 major services, including Meta's Instagram, Alphabet's YouTube, ByteDance's TikTok, Reddit, Snapchat, and Elon Musk's X. I spent my entire teenage years without social media. I feel like this is a good thing. I'm not into big government or nanny government, but also I don't think that teenagers should be putting their whole lives on social media. Like, there's things that I did when I was a teenager that deserve to be lost forever in the memory hole, never to be thought of or spoken of ever again. You know what I'm saying? And now everybody's able to just document every horrible thing on like 10 different places. Meta has since removed nearly 550,000 accounts believed to belong under 16s between December 4th and 11th. It said in a blog post on Sunday. Instagram, it removed 330,000 accounts, 173,000 on Facebook, and nearly 40,000 on Threads. They're saying this is the only way to guarantee consistent industry-wide protections for young people no matter which apps they use, and to avoid the whack-a-mole effect of catching up with new apps that teens will migrate to in order to circumvent the social media ban law. The age verification of parental approval needs to extend to the App Store level, as teens use over 40 apps a week, and many of those don't use age verification tools or prioritize safety. That's what I'm saying, though, too. Like, parents, you should put like, on Apple, you can put your kid on your account, and then you approve or don't approve whatever apps they can have on their device. This is what I'm saying. Like me, I have control over my Wi-Fi, right? Like, I can reset the password to my Wi-Fi anytime I want. I have my children's stuff on a schedule, so it automatically turns off at 9 p.m. So they can't be on the internet every single every waking moment. Even on the weekends, like, it doesn't come on for them until 2 p.m. So it's like, you can limit the time so that they don't become total, couch potatoes, or whatever you call someone who's addicted to being online or whatever. I don't know if it's a couch potato anymore. That's what we called people who were addicted to watching TV, couch potatoes. Mental health harms. This, I think, is a legitimate concern. I think this is a legitimate concern. I mean, look at people who, like young children and stuff, like 10, 11-year-olds who killed themselves because of online bullying. I actually am not really against this, but I think it should be the parents' responsibility. Like, I just don't like government very much, so I really think it should be up to the parents to be monitoring this stuff. Of course, there's a lot of shitty parents who don't care what a horrible shit their kids are doing online. They just don't care. They're just like, get out of my face. Another thing, it is what it is. Victim victory validation. Back in the day, did you watch The Great Space Coaster just after Captain Kangaroo? This Great Space Coaster? No, I don't remember Great Space Coaster. Remember Gary Gnu? Yes. No news is good news with Gary Gnu, yeah. Make MySpace great again. Memorized phone numbers. Yep, remember we had to memorize our phone numbers. The whole device addiction thing is one reason why I don't really think an entire grid down situation would happen or be prolonged. I agree, question the answers, because then everybody would pretty quickly realize that they don't need that shit. You know what I mean? If you cut people off from that, they might actually like wake up and have some self-reflection and realize that they were just like automatons. They were like being ruled by that shit, you know? Oh no, they definitely don't want people to have any chance to have any sort of real realization or quiet time or like self, introspection or reflection or anything like that. No. They want you looking at ads every second, clicking this, clicking that, watch this, watch that, as much as possible. You gotta breaking news, just released, all that stuff. It's like they want people doing that stuff. I agree. They won't put the grid down just for that reason, because they wouldn't put the internet down completely for that reason, because once the internet goes down, it's like, oh my God, people go back to 1984. Oh shit. You might realize what's been going on. Good work, Karen. That's what we do with my kids too. Yeah, exactly. It's easy. It's actually not that hard to just limit it. Their teacher will teach them whatever they want because you let them. I don't know what you're talking about. I homeschooled my children for 4 or 5 years, and then they finally went back to public school as junior high and teenagers And my son even told me, he's like, I promise I won't let them brainwash me. Because he really wanted to go back to public school so he could, like, be with friends and stuff. And they get bored. You know, homeschool's good for the young ones, but when they get older, they don't really want to be around you so much anymore. But believe me, that homeschooling stuck. Because they come home, my daughter comes home complaining about how stupid all of her teachers are. I'm like, well, you can go back to homeschool. She's like, no. Raising children not to be woke in today's crazy world isn't for everyone. Dude, it's tough, man. I thought I dreamed up new zoo review, a bizarre children's program, an owl, a frog in a turtleneck, and a hippopotamus in a tutu. I saw a YouTube video and it was real. What? Later, Gator. I remember a few years ago, like when this whole trans thing really started ramping up. Like, I don't know what, I mean, this is when I knew it was really bad with like the programming and stuff for young kids. Cause like my children brought it up to me, my daughter did, and I sat them down and I got them. So I was like, I went all in. I was like, boys are boys and girls are girls, and boys have a penis and girls have a vagina, and it doesn't matter how many surgeries you have, it doesn't matter what you do to yourself or how much you mutilate yourself. At the end of the day, it's still a boy pretending to be a girl or a girl pretending to be a boy. The boy is not going to cut off his wee-wee and magically, mystically, mysteriously turn into a female and start popping out babies or having a period, or that's never going to happen. And the girl who pretends to have a boy's pee-pee or have whatever kind of thing they do to like make whatever fake pee-pee they make is never going to get anybody pregnant. Their sperm is never going to come out of the end of the penis to plant a seed into an egg. It's never going to, you know, and I just went all in, like to the point where they were like, and I'm gonna tell you what, that shit ended that day. It ended. It was never an argument. They never tried to argue with me about it ever again. Never tried to tell me, Mom, that's so mean. What about blah bitty blah? Like that never happened again. I set that shit straight real quick. Anyway, that's what you gotta do though. You gotta talk to him straight. Just lay it out. 90% of teachers are now far loony. They are. It's very leftist. All the teachers are very leftist. It's true. It's true. Tu Wong Fu, 1995, Swayze Snipes, Leguizamo program. Yeah. Yeah. But that's how you make them smart. You just talk to them like you would talk to another adult, except, you know, try not to use cuss words. Or, you know, but they like it. They appreciate being reasoned with on an intellectual level. Like when you tell them what's what. They don't want to be babied. They don't want to be, you know, coddled. I think they really appreciate it when you just are straight up with them. These are the protesters you see now in Minnesota. Yeah, man. Talk about local government. A rural PA township has spent thousands of dollars to hide a proposed law from local residents. Local governments are corrupt too, see? A group of Berks County residents has spent thousands of dollars trying to get a rural township to disclose a proposed ordinance that could have affected local farms, and which experts say residents are entitled to see. What's the ordinance? Tulpehocken Township has in turn spent thousands of dollars to keep that information secret, arguing state law protects the release of drafts not presented at public meetings. One open records expert told Spotlight PA that it's particularly stunning to see public agencies use taxpayer resources to thwart public access. And in this case, it's particularly egregious because we're not protecting a trade secret or some confidential proprietary information. This is quite literally a proposal that will govern the lives of the taxpayers and residents in that community. Regulating agritourism, short-term rentals, and agritainment in public meetings last Friday. However, they refused to provide copies to farmer John Schuler, who told Spotlight PA he felt he could not fully take part because he was not well informed on all the proposed details. Yeah, they're probably trying to corporatize their little town, bring in more money, bring in that big city money. It's always happening. After a woman dies and gets buried, they can dig up her bones 100 years later and know scientifically she was a woman. Every fiber. Exactly. Have you ever seen that meme where they're like a grave robber in 100 years and they dig up a skull? They're like, they're like, what is that? And it's like a male skeleton with like 2 fun bag, implants sitting on top of the skeleton. Hilarious. Government granted a rocket company billions of dollars. Unknowingly, the business address was a low-income housing. Yeah, well, see? Because there's so much fraud and waste in government. How do you fix it? The government, America is a big freaking country, and the government is a big conglomerate freaking mess of a government, talking billions and billions of dollars, man. Trillions. So how do you fix it? How? Oh, look at this. High screen time limits vocabulary in toddlers. So yeah, you just gotta limit it. Limit the screen time and actually engage your children. Play with them. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen. Good for you on the tranny shit with your kids.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, my God. I just can't believe people do this to their own children.
No.
It's insane. And now that your kids are in high school, and one's even out of high school, I think, right?
My oldest is out of high school, but I still have 2. I have 1 in junior high and 1 in high school.
So, yeah, they're old enough now to even understand about chromosomes. Mm-hmm. Every single cell in your body, no matter what you chop off or how you destroy yourself with the opposite sex hormones, every cell of your body still is either male or female, XX or XY. Mm-hmm. Nothing changes that. One of my brothers, his best friend years and years ago, like 25 years ago, actually had a child that was born hermaphrodite.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's the word? Oh, I can't think of the word right now, but the genitals were ambiguous. That's what I was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And so I couldn't believe it when my brother was recounting all of this to me, like months and months after it happened. But the doctors came to the new parents right after the birth and told them what was going on and said, so you have to choose whether you want us to make it a boy or a girl. And I was instantly horrified. This is even 25 years ago, because all they had to do was a simple blood test to see if it was really a male or a female, and then do the surgery to, kind of construct the appropriate genitalia. Instead, his friend said, well, I've always wanted a son, so make it a son. Well, this kid is now an adult, and his name's Jake, and he is just the biggest asshole I've ever met in my life. And I don't blame him at all. I would be too.
Wow.
If this happened to me. But they chose wrong. It's abundantly clear that you're talking to a female, a pissed off female.
Right.
That, oh my God.
How sad.
I just can't believe. I can't believe they didn't just do a simple blood test to say, oh, well, every single cell in her body says female. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Right. Or how about we just don't do anything for a while and see how the child develops? Like,
yeah, you could do that, but it is better to do it as young as possible. And by the way, I'm describing an extremely rare thing that happens.
right.
It's not like, yeah. But even that naturally occurring thing happening is easily solved by a
Right.
simple blood test.
Right.
That's all.
Mm-hmm.
And the doctor didn't even seem to understand that. High
Yeah.
school biology.
Yeah, that's weird. Although, you know what's funny? I do remember now seeing, like, you know, like 60-minute type shows about kids who were born with, and you can't tell if they're a boy or a girl because they're hermaphrodites or whatever. And I do remember them saying that the parents had to choose.
Right.
Yeah,
Which
why?
is
Why
wrong.
would they be having to choose? You're right. Why would they have to choose? Like, you're right. Why wouldn't they just do like a little genetic test or something?
It doesn't even have to be a genetic test. A simple blood test. Every single cell of your body announces your sex.
Right.
And that is how you're going to develop hormonally once you hit puberty and adolescence.
Right.
No matter what like in this kid Jake's case, you know, they picked the wrong one, and he's still developed as female, of course, you know, chemically, hormonally, and there's nothing you can do about that.
Well, I guess they did surgery and stuff on him when he was a young
Yeah, they
one.
did, and I guarantee
But if it's
that.
female, how do they make a penis when there's no penis?
Oh, they do the best they can with like other. It's not going to be a functioning other than to pee through.
See, this is why I'm like, why even start doing surgery when they're so young on those parts? Like, you know what I mean?
Well,
like, if it's already a
reason-
deformity, how do you know for sure how it's going to develop in the future if it's not normal to begin with? And how do you know you're not making things worse or messing something up? Or
Well,
That's
yeah,
my
you
thought.
you certainly are making things worse when you pick the opposite of what it's supposed to be.
Right.
And it's guaranteeing that it's going to be completely non-functional sexually.
Mhm.
But the reason they do it as young as possible is because the younger you are, the better you heal with anything.
Yeah.
So I get why they try and do it so young, but it's just beyond me that they don't even adhere to high school biology.
Yeah.
It's just insane. Anyway, about the Australia thing, I totally agree. Kids shouldn't be on social media. I don't think anyone should be on social media. I think it's just asking for mental issues. It made our whole society sick. However, I don't think it's out of any great love that Australian politicians have for children at all. They were during COVID. We found out that, especially in Australia, all of those are installed politicians from the World Economic Forum. They're young global leaders.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is just a way to, I guarantee you what's going to happen in Australia is they're going to say, oh, we have a new problem. All the kids are faking new accounts on social media, and they're getting on anyway, so they have to have facial recognition and a digital ID every time anyone, adults too, logs into the internet. It's the only way. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah.
That's their end game. It's not because they have some great love for their children.
Exactly. I agree. They're just setting it
they'll
up.
figure out a way to do it here too. The UK is already a disaster because of hate crime laws. I mean, there's another one.
Yeah, that with the hate or like saying stuff online, making posts online. Like now, you could get arrested for posting shit online.
They come to your door. They come knocking on your door, the police, and they take you off to jail if they don't like what you post in the UK now.
That's wild.
And so they'll have digital IDs too. They'll figure out some way or another to do it here too. And I think it's all tied to everything. Everything's tied together with the World Economic Forum and these multinational corporations that run everything. BlackRock and Vanguard and all of them. And the new AI companies too. They want the rare earth minerals. They want it strategically too for any wars. And I think it's all tied to the intentional flooding of our countries with illegals and then stirring up the left to get them to be revolutionaries.
Mm-hmm.
So that we get used to military on the streets and just on and on. I think it's all tied to the same World Economic Forum telling us to our faces since 2020 that by 2030 we're going to have all this shit in place.
Right.
And
less than 5 years there. We're on the downhill slope now.
Yep. And we'll all be under full AI control with their stupid Stargate. And they'll have their rare earth minerals and they'll get their little robots and everyone will have to use digital IDs to get onto the internet. And you're right, they'll never turn off the internet. That's the whole control grid.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we're being played. The leftists in our population are really being played. They're like the foot soldiers for these globalists, these Zionists.
Yep.
Crazy. Crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, what a depressing call.
Yeah. I know. It's hard. It's hard when you start thinking about like what's going on in the world today. Like none of it sounds good. None of it is good.
Right. Even when I try to be entertained by their stupid alien bullshit, thinking, well, at least that'll be a reprieve because that'll be a funny psyop. But not really. Not really when they start doing it in earnest.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these leftists that'll be their new religion. And, man, they will happily, go, just like they did with COVID, come after any of their neighbors that aren't going along with it because we're holding them back. I mean, it's just going to get stupid.
Yeah.
I just try and have a good time. I make sure I go on a hike every day. And
there you go.
What else can we do?
Exactly. What else can we do? That's why I just try to focus on like my own house and what's going on in my own house and my kids and my friends and stuff. Because really, that's like it's all we really have control over. So we just got to make sure that we have a good friend base, someone, so if things continue to get worse, there's at least a small group of people that we can rely on.
Yeah, totally. Hey, did you ever get a chance to order any ostrich?
No, I haven't done it yet. But you know what though? I've been watching videos on cooking ostrich.
Well, cool. Good. Yeah.
And I thought it was hilarious how many people cook a whole freaking ostrich.
Well, I've
Did
never
you-
seen that.
Oh my god. So I went on YouTube and I was like, well, he says there's different cuts, so maybe let me go see about people making ostrich and see what looks good, and then that'll help me decide what to get. So I'm watching videos, and like all these videos pop up. It's like, we cooked a whole ostrich, and it's like these dudes holding an ostrich like on a platter. It's like it looks like a giant freaking turkey. I mean,
wow.
It's like, we cooked a 250-pound ostrich, and I'm like, well, I'm not buying a whole freaking ostrich.
Oh my God, no. You don't even know if you like it yet.
I know, but it was I just thought it was funny that is what YouTube wanted to show me, was everybody cooking a whole freaking ostrich. I just thought it was hilarious.
I love making it as a pot roast.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, it's really good. Anyway, all right. That's all I got.
All right, thanks for calling.
Okay, bye.
Bye. In Iran, they smoked a whole camel. Yeah, you know what? I saw something where it was like here in Appalachia somewhere. I forget what state exactly, but they smoked a whole deer. A whole deer. The quickest way to start the fixing process with corruption is to eliminate the money. But how do you do that? How are you going to eliminate the money? Because it's the power structure that has the money system in place. So I feel like, I don't know, you got to do both at the same time. Wallace is the governor of Minnesota, pushing tampons in boys' bathrooms, and you residents are all okay with it. That tells you everything you know about Minnesota. And the residents are all okay with it. Well, I don't know. I saw people in Minnesota complaining about it online. I've seen videos. So I don't think everybody in Minnesota is okay with it. Let the child grow up. Hermaphrodites occur in such a minute percentage of the population. Doctors active. It's a common thing. Bunch of Baphomets running around. They're just experimenting. If they don't choose, the child will emerge as female. In the old days, it was learned of when the girls did not get their periods. Karen, you'd have to ask Brother Rachel how the tranny surgery takes place. He became a she in Thailand. Yeah, Rachel hates me. Rachel doesn't come around here anymore because of my opinion about the whole trans thing. Did you read the novel Middlesex? They smoked a whole camel. The culling of that ostrich farm was horrendous and sad. You know that ostrich farm did animal testing on those ostriches? They were farming them for medical stuff. I don't know what the whole story was there, but I'm pretty sure that farm was... They were using them for medical research. Common way to cook pigs, a big pit oven, yeah. Whole pig roast in the pig pit. I don't eat pig anymore, but thank you, NDB. I don't eat pig anymore, but when I did eat pig, I'm gonna tell you what, I'd have been all over a pig roast. We can take Nike's logo and just do it when it comes to getting rid of money. Pit roast does not equal spit roast. Yeah, that's true. How about a goat? We would roast a whole goat. That would be good. Or, kind of interested in how the smoked deer tasted. Although deer's pretty lean. Brother Rachel got upset at me at Flattoberfest when I kept calling him bro. Oh my god, Dr. Law, did you really? See, I would even use the she, her pronouns for Rachel, you know? But I also was vocal about how I didn't agree with people mutilating bodies and stuff, like getting their bodies mutilated and blah, blah, blah. And like, you know, and of course, only Rachel knows what a real tranny is or what's really going on with any of that stuff. And you don't know anything, blah, 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 blah. Nothing's real. That was the other thing that bugged me about Rachel. Nothing's real. Everything's fake. Nothing's real except for her fake tits, right? Ostrich medical research showed human use for assisting in certain ailments and diseases. It was maybe 2012. Never ate at McDonald's again. I've seen the Arabs roast a goat in their front lawn when I lived in Dearborn. Don't cut off D's, please. This year's the year of the horse. Last year was the snake year because I'm year of the snake and it repeats every 12 years and I turned 48. So last year was the snake year. This coming year is the year of the horse. So yeah, snake, see, 77 because I was born in 77, and then 2025. So yeah, this is the year of the horse. Year of the horse. But usually the Chinese New Year doesn't flip over until the end of January, beginning of February. I'm a wood tiger and I'm hung like Tiger Woods. Okay, buddy. Fire horse. It's fire horse this year, huh? You can categorize tattoos as body mutilation as well. I mean, I guess you could look at it that way, but my body still functions the same. Like, it didn't change how my body functions. I can still have orgasms. I can still have babies. I still have boobs. So, I still am a female. I mean, I guess it could be considered mutilation if that's how you want to look at it, but whatever. Until February 17th. Year of the Whores. Boa constrictor. What? Lunar New Year 2026, a guide to the year of the horse. The Lunar New Year in 2026 welcomes the year of the horse according to the Chinese lunar calendar. Celebrated by millions around the world, this is a time for cultural traditions, family reunions, and hopes for good fortune in the coming year. In 2026, Lunar New Year falls on February 17th, kicking off the 16-day Spring Festival. Oh, Law, are you going to be doing that thing? Where there's like the thing with all the food and the New Year celebration, the Chinese New Year celebration thing again? Because that was fun. We should go to that. If you're doing that, we want to go. As we leave behind the introspective and intuitive year of the snake, the year of the horse gallops in with vibrant and fiery energy, symbolizing adventure, vitality, and momentum. This festival is celebrated worldwide, particularly in Asian countries like China. Festivities include red decorations, elaborate meals, thorough cleaning of homes, and visiting family. Major tradition involves lighting firecrackers, originating from the legend of the monster Neon. What is the monster Neon? According to legend, Neon was a terrifying beast with sharp teeth and horns living deep in the sea. Every lunar New Year's Eve, Neon would come ashore to wreak havoc in the villages. Oh, is that who the dragon is? One year, the villagers discovered that Neon feared the color red and loud noises. To protect themselves, they hung red decorations and lit firecrackers to scare the monster away. The strategy worked, and Neon was driven back to the sea. Interesting. Twice 2026 the year of the horse, follows 12-year cycle, blah blah blah. What are people born in the year of the horse like? Horses are lively, charming, and adventurous. In the zodiac, they thrive in lively settings and are often seen as natural leaders and motivators. Who said they were a horse? Tommy? No, you said wood tiger. Kama Sutra. To protect themselves from the bad luck of their Ben Ming Neon, those born in the year of the horse are encouraged to wear red throughout 2026. Red underwear, socks, or accessories are believed to ward off misfortune and invite blessings. Though their zodiac year may bring challenges, these obstacles often lead to greater wisdom and personal growth for horses. Each zodiac sign has a unique relationship with the year of the horse. If you are unsure of your zodiac sign, you can easily find it with an online calculator below, blah blah blah. Some signs like ox and rooster are compatible with the snake. These signs share values like patience and hard work, making for a smooth year ahead. However, for signs like pig and monkey of 2026 could pose some challenges. The pig's laid-back nature and the monkey's playfulness may clash with the snake's more strategic and serious approach. Do not clean until the 5th day. Avoid sharp objects. Family visits. Family visits are good. Eating food. Festival. Yeah, buddy. Oh, I get what you're asking now, Karen. It's the Buddhist temple in Spartanburg. I will try to get in another location in Spartanburg. I'll let you know. Okay. I let my horse out of the barn every now and then. Was Zulu a horse? What year was Zulu born in? If you were born in 79, then you're a goat. I don't know what Zulu was born, what year he was born in. Mark Sargent. Is Mark Sargent still around? '67. Thank you, Tony. So Zulu was a sheep. Zulu was a sheep. Hey, Ted. Ted, that should make you happy. Because Ted, I think, is a sheep too. And he hates it. He hates that his zodiac is a sheep. But see, Zulu was a sheep. So there you go. Even Munch Love and Throat Punch's Zulu was a sheep. My wife's a fire horse. Too much action and drama. I'm a fire snake. Woo, it's after 2 o'clock. Alright, you guys. I think I'm going to wrap it up. I appreciate all of you hanging out with me today. I'm glad that my stream worked and didn't die on me today, even though it's said poor. Like, almost this entire time, it's said poor. However, it never did drop, and as far as I know, there wasn't very much buffering going on, so... Zulu is a horse due to his early birthday. Oh, he's born in January? What was his birthday? I'm terrible, I don't remember his birthday. I don't remember anybody's birthday, though. It's not just Zulu. Except for Ted. I know... Fire snake is lethal? Tell me about it, bro. Alright, you guys. Thank you for being here on this fine Moonday morning. I hope you guys are able to stay warm. No, we didn't drop the stream. Yeah. So hopefully I have that figured out. We'll see. I may do an experimental stream with some different settings to see if it doesn't give me the poor thing anymore. But anyways, thanks for being here. Again, I'll say it again. That was the third time I said it, but I do appreciate it, and I hope you all have a lovely rest of your week. And yeah. That's it. All right, peace.
With the earth, but I'm not spinning at all. Hi, Haley, I'm spinning at 120 miles per hour. How about you, Zach? I am spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but I don't feel it. Oh, fuck.